old man knows his lies. Nice. I just had some leftover pizza, so that's why the gobsmacking is happening. Still got somewhat of a cold. I think it might be hay fever 2 combined, but I could be wrong, just a cold. To be fair, I prefer to have a cold than hay fever. Hay fever is the worst. Excuse me. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, we're not live yet. Still missing a very key element to the show, which is the chat. I do want to chew some gum now. Damn it. Maybe we should. What? Yeah. So. Oh, roll too soon. Ugh. It doesn't really help that I'm taking away my own life when I use that weapon as well. Oh, tried to spam him. Yeah, got him though. Krillin. There we go. How are we doing on sound?
Our Lord, devoid of life.
What's up, my meow? Yeah, they did. You sure did, buddy. What's up?
No, Mother, forgive me.
What's up, Luke? Oh yeah, I'm terribly stuck on this fight, but maybe today will be the day. No, probably not. You get cyber strokes maybe, or cyber pats. It's kind of weird. I don't really put it this way. I'm selfish with my treats. I have them for myself alone. I got my mimic in, bro. I'm still getting smashed up. What's up, King Kong? What's up, Sam? What's up, Strelok? What do you mean? What, are you saying I won't be able to come to Ukraine? You know there's like black people in Ukraine. There's actually black people within the Ukrainian army right now fighting Russian. And there's also black people within the Russian army fighting Ukrainian. So what are you trying to say? I think I'll be just fine actually. In fact, I think I will be visiting Ukraine sometime soon. What you gonna do to stop me, man? Oh, okay. You're chill then. You're good. Oh, no! Yes. No! Alright, let me look it on the game, man. I'll just troll it at the border. This silly. So yeah, why would I receive 50,000 volts just by sniffing the air? What's going on? Ah, we've run out. Oh, I rolled the wrong way, boy. Dead. Oh, it's the wrong roll. No, now I am dead. Ugh. He's so erratic, man. I hate this guy. Let me get a hit in, bro. My character's moving ultra slow right now as well. It's not fully heavy rolling, but he's not doing well either. That's him out of the way. Just one treat. I ain't got nothing for you, bro. Of course I slept. I slept like a baby. Hey, big up to you, Mariah. Don't take that beating, G. Nah. I'm gonna lose a lot until I stop losing a lot. That's just how it's gonna go. Yeah, that's true, Abby. That's actually true, right? So apparently, they're advertising as like jobs for people in like impoverished countries to come over to Russia and Ukraine and work, and then when they get there, they're basically getting kidnapped into the army and they're forced to fight, which is insane. But yeah, it's real ill, isn't it? No, it's not that. Well, I do have an argument if you want to argue, but I have like proof. Like, sorry, I have evidences that support my claim. If that makes sense to you. But yeah, let's do the fighting first. See if we can knock this boss out, and then we can get into like the real conversation. See one thing. Let's try this one. It just doesn't seem to last very long. That's the only problem. No. Wrong buttons there. No, this is a bad run. Damn it. Look how long that lasts, man. I keep thinking it's the one that does the spears. Lord have mercy.
In the embrace.
No, there's no proof that Jesus did anything. What's up, Carp? I mean, well, in terms of resurrected and all that nonsense, there's no proof of that. You realise that, right? It's literally just a story. It's actually a story that has lots of contradictions in it. What kind of water would you like? I don't even know who that is. Fair enough, Devin. Fair enough. We can't argue with that. I don't know who that Rugia guy is, bro. Who is that? To be fair, I don't much pay attention to the names of the enemies. I just fight them. Honestly. I got all the nerves. I got a nervous system. How'd you like them apples? Kind of nerves you got? Shaky nerves? You squeamish? He's annoying, man. Just out of range. Alright, I keep saying that we need to go and level up the character because he's just a little bit too weak. But there's no way to like. What we need to do is find like a really good thingy. Somewhere to mine points. What's up, Garrett? We'll get all of those, of course. We'll get all of those arguments today at some point.
Not suffer. Our Lord, void of light.
Why would I block you? You're clearly here, so I mean, that's lies. If you're disrespectful, then I'll block you, of course. Like, I don't tolerate disrespect.
No, Mother. Forgive me.
What's up, Brent? Yeah, same. These bosses ain't no joke. It's tougher than real life. What do you mean human stories? I'm the one that can say, you think Jesus isn't a human story as well? Like, what are you talking about? The whole Bible is full of human stories. What are you talking about? The Torah is full of human stories. The Quran is full of human stories. Like, what are you talking about? What other things exist that write stories? Goofy ass. Guys, please tap that like if you could. I'm about to die. We're going to get into the conversation a bit deeper. So this day is a sham. There's no proof that anything like that, like what's reported in those stories, actually took place. Just missed him. Just missed isn't good enough. Damn it. Damn it. Too much snakes. So yeah, I'm gonna need to go find a mining spot that's gonna like really pull down some souls. Let's go check it out quickly. See if there's somewhere I can get some in. Shadow Keep, 7th floor. No, I don't want smith and stones, I just want souls. No, that's not the best place. We're talking about DLC, Ancient Ruins. Let's see what that is. Top DLC spot. Which orange east side of the grey. Ruins. It's not that area, I know for sure. Furnace columns. No, I'm sure there was like a little place down here that you could run around. I think it's just might be there, hidden cave. Yeah, it's the new Minecraft, bro. Y'all not on what? Why do you think that way about God? Oh, because there's plenty of evidence of humans inventing God, bro. Whereas there's no evidence that God exists independently of humans. So it's pretty simple. Yep, LD Ringy. It's Pokemon, yes, it is definitely Pokemon. Now I'm stuck with this silly armor for now. I hate having to change armor for fights. I just like to keep the same fit for the whole game. This is my usual swag. Swagger. Oh, we got Torrent as well. Let's go see if we can pull down some points. Alright, so give me a reason to think God is 100% real. Where did you get that information from? So I'm pretty certain you got that information from another human. But yes, I guess you might get a brain fart thinking about why we exist, because it is one of those existential questions. But in terms of God being 100% real, I think that's just a little bit of a cope, or an exaggeration maybe. What's up, Hen? Harry go lucky. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Some might say like there's close to 1 million odd gods historically. Like, so many of them have been lost. So many cultures lost as well. But, yeah, there's literally tens of thousands of gods. I don't think the world was created like that. AC. Actually, I think I've got it. See what we got here. Something's. Oh, not the wild boars. Man, give me peace. Or you will die. I think we've got an explainer somewhere for the Earth. No. Let's just go get a screenshot of it. We can walk you through how the Earth was created. It wasn't actually created like in semantic terms of like there being a creator, but it was created in terms of it coming around. Ooh, they got the little photos. That's not really that interesting. So accretion, that's the word of it, right? Small particles of dust and rock and gas collided and adhered, grown over 10 to 20 million years into a sphere-shaped planet. Obviously, gravity has a lot to do with that happening. Well, let's get up a simple explanation. Earth formed about 4.5 billion years ago from a massive spinning cloud of gas and dust left over from the sun's creation. Gravity pulled these particles together, causing them to collide and clump into larger chunks, eventually forming a hot molten planet. As it cooled, it developed a solid crust, oceans and atmosphere. That is the ultra simplified version of it. But yes, when you use the word created, I'm pretty sure you're trying to use it in like a question begging type of way, implying that there's a creator, but there is no creator that we can at least point to and say it's actually this guy who did it. Whereas there's plenty of evidence of it happening in the way just described. Here's a visual aid. If you can't see the visual aid, that means you're on the wrong channel. You need to come over to the Culture Crack YouTube channel or the Set West 10 TikTok channel, so you can see the visual aids. But there's an explainer of how that went down. A very simplified version of it. I'm in the wrong place. I want to be down here, I think. You don't care about that anyways. Pointing to the how the universe or the Earth comes about, or how humans come about, it's just like a cope argument. Because theists haven't actually got evidences for their gods existing. So they're like, everything is evidence for gods, right? Well, it's just an admittance that they don't have anything substantial for their gods. Why would it be technology from ancient aliens? Yeah, it's Elden Ring. Thanks for letting them know. What's up, Stiletto? Happy Science Day. Why is it Science Day? I mean, you should, like, if you're going to focus on giving, like, a tag argument, you should definitely separate it from ideas of Shroud of Turin, actually. And yeah, tag arguments tend to be pretty bad, but I want to hear your version of it. Some people manage to cobble together some sensible versions, but most people that run around using tag don't actually understand any of the language they're using. Oh, thank you, YouTube employee. You are now my elite employee. He said he's going to take me to God. Who? I don't think anyone spoke to you, Alstar. Kind of delusional there, brother. Oh yeah, we got to change our weapons out because of that boss fight as well. I'd say I definitely didn't say anything to you. Listen, atheism doesn't entail any positions on how humans come about or how the earth comes about. Atheism, as a definition of it, a standard definition, is the disbelief in God or gods. That's it. That doesn't give you a doctrine, doesn't give you a book, doesn't give you any scientific knowledge or background information. It's just literally disbelief in God or gods. So you're probably misinformed about what you're thinking. So, in terms of language, yeah, let's not waste our time with an idiot. What's always been here? There's not even that many points, to be honest. It's these ones that I think I need. I want. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Who are you talking to, bro? Stop spamming the chat. I'm gonna put you on timeout, bro. That's a fact, boo. It is literally just a fantasy for adults. Oh, I haven't got the right thingy out. No wonder. I need that golden scarab. Something's coming. Schrodinger's God? What's that about? I've not heard that before. Why do you think we're in a simulation? Or we are a simulation? What are your reasons for thinking that? Men scrolling YouTube will be the downfall of the Western world. YouTube Shorts specifically. How do you feel about that? Damn it, I don't know how to take care of these things as well. They just do what they want. It's like random magic balls. That's an interesting point, OM. I mean, there's still not been any proof that souls exist in any, like, meaningful way. Like, the idea of a soul is just another abstract concept. There's never been any, like, conclusive evidences of souls or spirits or anything like that. The closest thing that people might try to, like, align with souls and spirits is, like, the psyche, the mind. So, yeah. But, in terms of, like, have you ever heard of something called vivisection? I'm going to get my points back. The point was to come here and get points, but it's not working out. So I think I'm just going to keep fighting the boss after all. don't know why this little special character's got like a little glowing green sword. I've not seen anyone else in the game like that. Oh, lost my bearings. Gonna blow up? Not gonna blow up. So the plan was to just keep respawning here and just running through. Let these blow each other up. Alright, so give me a reason to think God was discovered and not invented. Which type of God are you talking about that was discovered? Yeah. Go back to using the sword actually. Blow up, man. What's wrong with fantasy games? You subscribe to a Bible, that's purely fantasy. At least where it pertains to supernatural matters. Things like blessings, curses, you know, those are all magic. Things like talking animals. Things like golem spells that make humans out of dust. Things like speaking planets into existence. That's all fantasy, bro. At least I'm getting some value from this fantasy. It's like things like burning bushes, turning staffs into snakes. All fantasy. How did existence come to exist? That seems like a bit of a redundant question. I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I'm not sure what you even mean by that, in all honesty. Maybe you mean your personal existence? You demand brevity. Very verbose. You say you've abdicated your duty to scrutinize me. What does he say? Anyways. Oh my gosh. Great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies. So that's basically what you sound like to me. Oh my gosh. So you've abdicated your duty to scrutinize me. Great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies. Thanks. Oh look, he can parry. Oh, that's why they made him cool like that. Okay. Bro's on smoke. So what is the hard way that one might find out? Sounds like a cope on your part. It's like some like desperate cling to authority, which you don't have. So, what is the hard way to find out? And what exactly are we trying to find out? Now where are my points gone? Damn it, where did my points go? Wait, what? I can't even see them on the little radar thing. There. compass. They're up there. What are you talking about? That's the kind of reasoning that's got the world in such an effed up place. People think Jerusalem is a holy land just because some book says it. Does that make it true? It's exactly the type of thinking that's effing up the whole world. I don't know about that, bro. I wouldn't say a video game is a waste of time in any way. Right? It's no more waste of time than watching Netflix or a movie or like gossiping with a stranger on the internet. Like, I'm getting value out of it, entertainment wise. Even has cognitive benefits in terms of things like problem solving. Oops. Hand-eye coordination and all these kinds of things. So not quite sure what you're talking about. But maybe the types of video games you play are probably like dead brain NPC types of games, but don't know. So, anyways, humans invented God. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. If your God requires belief, imagination, or faith to interact with, it is functionally non-existent. It requires somebody devise a concept of God and impart that concept to you in order for you to interact with it, or you yourself have to devise a concept of God in order to interact with it in any meaningful way. As far as I'm aware, there's never been any evidence of gods existing independently of humans. That means having their own agency and being able to interact with our physical material reality in any meaningful way. If you think you have that information or that proof to the contrary, you should feel free to present that to me and the whole of mankind, because we've been waiting forever. Now, when I say humans invented God, that's what's called an explanatory claim. I feel it has explanatory success or explanatory power when explaining the how and the why, and in some instances the when and the where, without having to posit the existence of any supernatural entities at all. Right? It also has predictive power for God concepts and beliefs that we might come across in the future. So, what are the background fields of information we'd be pulling from to make an inductive case for humans inventing God? Archaeology, artifacts left behind by humans found in the ground, whether that's like things like pottery, the structures, carvings, statues. Anthropology is another field of study where we study humans, human culture, human histories, human rituals, religions, traditions, etc. And then cognitive science, the study of the mind and the brain and how it functions, right? And what are the implications of that with how we interact with the world. Using pieces of information or evidences from these three fields, you can put together an inductive case of humans inventing gods. So, my hypothesis as goes for humans inventing God is that all God creations follow three main phases, and all God concepts evolve over time by an amalgamation of these concepts, these phases, and the ideas from different people's versions of gods. So what are those three phases? Phase 1 is assigning agency to elemental things and celestial things. How do we do that? Using a cognitive theory called hyperactive agency detection device. Phase 2 is abstraction. Why do we do that? For psychological needs, to give certainty where there's uncertainty. Abstraction is the process of taking an idea that isn't concrete and observable and expanding on it psychologically or conceptualizing it. So think of things like love, war, death, magic, creation. Those things are abstract ideas, they're abstractions. So in the same way we deify phase 1 gods from elemental things and celestial things, we deify phase 2 gods from abstract things. Phase 3 is anthropomorphizing. That means to give things human natures and human values. Right? Why is it done? For societal cohesion, to start having God's mirror human hierarchy directly. Okay, and it helps us set up and organize society. Also sets the foundation for what's called moral arbiters. So gods that judge, gods that control things when other humans aren't there. Right? So the three main phases of God creation, which you'll find across any culture throughout history that you study, is phase 1, assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. Phase 2, abstraction for psychological needs. And phase 3, anthropomorphizing for societal cohesion. Okay. I will be putting visual aids up at different points in the stream if people really want to see it. But yes, this isn't just like this guy just wants to troll us and rage bait us now, like you. If you're enraged, it's just that's a you problem. But in terms of evidences, there's plenty of evidence to support the claims I'm making, whereas there's not any real evidence of God's existence independent of us producing them. So I hope that helps. No, that's not true. That's been debunked ages ago. Asselwood. Trust me, the followers of No Way know all about the fallaciousness of Yahweh. But yeah, so that's not true. Yeah, so what do you know about objective truth, Adam Schlosser, right? My point of view is this. Truth, is in a linguistic way, is a spectrum, right? On one end, you've got what's called formalized processes, things like maths and logic, that have pre-agreed upon parameters, so they will give you pre-agreed upon outcomes when using those equations and that language. And on the other end of the truth spectrum, you've got personal private experiences, things that appear to be a certain way to the subjective viewer or the interpreter of the information, okay? So in terms of objective truths, they can only be found in formalized processes, and subjective truths exist primarily through your experience. Okay, if you go and study a guy called Wittgenstein, he would tell you that there are things called formal language games and systems where language and understanding of language only applies to what subject you're operating in. For instance, in normal arithmetic, 1 + 1 = 2. But if you was to change the values of 1 and the plus sign and 2, right, you could say to someone 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it equals this other thing, right? Because the system has now changed based on the language you're using. So in terms of standard objective truths, they only exist when working with pre-agreed formulas, right? Pre-agreed systems and languages. That's what I think. What do you think? So I thought there was going to be something up there to actually do, but it doesn't seem like there is. Wait, you saying I'm God if I look at myself in the mirror? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, no disrespect, right? But again, when people start pointing to these, like, let's just say natural things that just exist as proofs of their God, it's usually quite an admission that they don't have any evidences for the God itself. The God is just like an abstract concept fundamentally. Right? So there's no like physical object to attach to it. So they start putting out random things and trying to like not lie, or to say they're lying is just kind of harsh characterization, right? But perhaps innocently point at things that have nothing to do with the abstract concept as proof of the abstract concept. And once you needle them a bit more, like you try to engage them with like what's called first principle thinking, all of that shit just falls apart like almost instantaneously. But yeah, remember, God concepts are primarily abstract, right? Because they're concepts. So they function belief. They depend on a person. It has very little to do with our external reality. So obviously they haven't got proofs of gods that exist outside of their minds. But hey, you don't care about that. Alright, let's go back and do the fight. Get a coffee in a minute. Hey, thanks for hitting the like up. Appreciate that. On Easter of all holy days, why do you explain to me why I should consider Easter a holy day? Right? Do you consider Ramadan as a holy day, or Kwanzaa as a holy day, or Diwali as a holy day? Like, such ego. Pip, what's up? That's it. Cheerio. Oh wait, we still got medium roll. That's okay. It's not too bad. Toodle Pip. Actually, I think the talisman weighs a bit. It's actually loyal. All of that, I didn't even get even close to enough points. I'm just literally gonna throw them away. Should we actually go use those points? Alright, why should I think God is love? How do you define what love is? And why should I think love is synonymous with God? Which God did you invent, Oaks? What's a pantheistic? What does that mean? Sures, I've not heard of that word before. Do you mean pantheistic? Or panentheistic? Or is that actually something else? Let's just go find out for ourselves. No, I think he just means pantheistic. No, I mean, I don't believe in a pantheistic God either. I'm not one of those people that say God is the universe, or, you know, that's more of a philosophical take. I think Spinoza who put that idea together, or popularized that idea. I don't think that's the case either, right? But I'm, again, in terms of like, so if standard atheism is the disbelief in God or gods, right? Hard atheism would be there is no God and never was a God and never will be a God. Soft atheism would be that I don't believe in the gods that's been presented to me, but there might be something. Right? I fall in the latter class, right? There might be something. There could be an unknown thing out there. But like, just linguistically, right? I wouldn't call that unknown thing a God, or else it wouldn't be an unknown thing, right? But yeah, I don't really hold beliefs like that. How do you know I got free will, Terrence? Thanks for that follow, Lan. How do you know you got free will? Better question. Evidence is overwhelming. No, there isn't. How come there's no evidence for like immaculate conception? No evidence for walking on water, doing wine, healing the sick and the blind. No evidence of resurrection. Right? This whole weekend is literally based on a myth. You realise that, right? It's a Christian myth mixing with pagan myths that gives you Easter holidays. Right? You realise that? There's literally no evidence of Jesus resurrecting from the dead. In fact, Jesus Christ as the fictional character in the New Testament, there's very little evidence of him existing in that capacity at all. Whereas there might be some evidence for a guy called Yeshua, right? Just a normal human being, just a normal Jewish priest. Okay. So technically, this whole weekend is a lie, right? Technically. But you didn't hear that from me. It's like, yeah, like, enjoy the lie, right? As long as I get some time off work, you get some time off work, lie some more, right? Let's just give everyone a holiday so we can get more bank holidays. Let's do that. Fuck it. Yeah, let's everyone enjoy the lie. Let us partake. No, he didn't die. Like, even within the story, he didn't actually die, right? Like, so technically, like, he didn't do anything for you, right? Anyway, like, let's not do the internal critique thing. I don't care what your religious views are, in all honesty, right? It's whether or not you can demonstrate the existence of God or gods. Religion doesn't help in that kind of argument or that conversation. All it really talks about is your personal beliefs and doctrines that pertain to your culture. Not really any truths about a shared reality with gods. So this is why most ideas of what miracles are usually tend to be constrained or contained to one culture, one religion, one region of people who speak one dialect, who all agree on the same things. Okay, and they don't pass to other religions or other cultures. So I should kind of let you know what you're dealing with there. It's more of a CULT kind of thing than anything else. Nah, I told you, Garrett, bro. That channel's just dead. It's just dead, bro. There's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do to save it. Well, as far as I know. But I guess it wasn't doing bad until I took a break. Then when I came back, like, the algorithm just forgot the channel. Oh, that didn't last long. What are you talking about, crazy? That's just apophenia. Those things don't even make sense. Even chronologically, that doesn't make sense. So things like, Baal was like a deity under the Canaanite pantheon. It was Elohim, like the top dog god. Right? Then there was Asherah, his like wife. Then there was a god called Marduk, and then there was a god called Baal. Okay. There's a lot of conflation of what those things come to be later on, but there's a reason for that skewed history. Because it might actually turn out that the Canaanites and the Israelites were the same peoples, just inhabiting a different part of the region. But anyways, the Israelites literally hijacked the Canaanite pantheon and added it to Yahweh, the storm warrior god, and made Yahweh God the Father, like El Elyon, like Elohim was. Okay. My TV's just switched itself off. But who cares? Who cares about all of that? All of that shit's made up. Like, we're being honest with each other. All of that shit's made up. It only really pertains to those religious ideas. But the Jews and the Israelites and all those people, that stuff that's found in the Old Testament and the New Testament, some of it is historically accurate, like facts. Some of it is geographically correct. But the New Testament and the Old Testament were primarily put together to keep alive the culture of the Jews and the Israelites at that period. And within the Old Testament and the Torah, they have things that are passed down from the Mesopotamians and the Sumerians, like the Ark tablet, like the Creationist tablet, like the Epic of Gilgamesh. These things were put together by their ancestors. So these kinds of ideas are kept alive by their traditions as the Israelites and the Jews. Just like there's no evidence that Abraham actually existed, not evidence that Moses actually existed, not evidence that the Jews were ever in Egypt. Okay, those things are about building out an identity for a group of people. But then when you bridge, technically this is how it actually happened. The New Testament comes about by bridging the Hebrew world with the Greek world. The New Testament is put together within like a centuries period after the alleged demise of a guy called Jesus Christ, right? The reason why it's done like that, because there were so many different people running around claiming to be like the inheritors of this Christ's will, and mixing their stories, their traditional stories. Like within the Roman Empire you had Phoenicians, Syrians, Egyptians, Hebrews, Greeks and Romans, right? And other people from different parts like of the Anglo world or the Anglo sphere. And they were basically mixing in their heritage stories with it. This is why there's a lot of overlap with the biblical Jesus, with Dionysus, Adonis, Horus, Serapis, a bunch of these other mythological people that belong to these different cultures, right? But they were mixing their stories in with the reported teachings of Jesus Christ. And through that century, when these books were getting written, right, by the apparent apostles and stuff like that, remember, like Mark, Matthew, Luke and John are all written anonymously, so no one actually knows who wrote those books, right? But when all that stuff was being put together, like within a centuries period after the alleged demise, it wasn't until Council of Nicaea when they were collated into one thing called the New Testament, right? It was agreed upon what would be in and what would be out. But during that period, all kinds of stories are mixed and clamoured together, which is why there's so many contradictions within the New Testament about stories surrounding Jesus. But who cares? And they punched a Unitarian. Well, I heard someone saying the other day that it's not, well actually, I think Unitarians is actually just one denomination of Christianity. So again, I'm not like a Bible critic or historian of the Bible or any type of shit like that. I know very little because of the type of conversations I have with people. But yeah, there was clearly a split of a group of people who believed that Jesus was part of a triune configuration based on their interpretation, and a group of people who believed he was not. But the guys who were more Trinitarian had more political capital at the time. What's up, Duran? David Blaine is Jesus. Might as well be. I think David Blaine is Jewish, isn't he? So he's got a better shoe in of being Jesus than most of you have. I'm joking. We got David Blaine. It's like his emotionless face has always been a bit strange to me. Just deadpan face. I don't know. I think he is Jewish. I could be completely wrong about that. Could be completely wrong. How we doing, Duran? How's Universe 7 treating you? Is it like being a Jack to Zeta Grey? Yeah, because it's of little interest in the main conversation, Warrior of Christ. Right. we're talking about humans inventing God. Religion pertains to specific cultures or people, has very little to do with the existence of gods. If you actually open up your Bible and start to read through it, like from the beginning to the end, very little of that Bible is about things that happen with God and around God. Most of it is about the happenings of men writing allegorically, metaphorically, things that go down in the human world. So it doesn't really matter what your religion says or what you think is truth or not truth. What you believe don't make a difference. It's what you can demonstrate to be true. And religion has never been able to help people in this conversation. Same way you study your Bible very hard. Other people study their Quran, study their Torah or whatever. None of that leads you any closer to proving God exists. We need something that brings up that stamina bar a bit quicker. He keeps tricking me with that one. Oh snap, that was a one-shotter. Yeah, no worries, turn it down a bit. How's it on the vertical stream side? Can you guys hear the voice okay? There was no global flood, bro. Again, that was passed down. Like, Genesis shouldn't be taken literally, okay? A lot of what happens in Genesis is passed down from Mesopotamians and Sumerians. I'll put some of the stuff on the screen for you. If you want to see it, you got to come to the main channel, which is Culture Crack, or the main TikTok, which is Set West 10. So, there's your Ark tablet, believed to be the foundation of what becomes Noah's Ark later. Part of that mixed with Epic of Gilgamesh. There's your creationist tablet. A lot of what takes place in Genesis, or at least the foundation of what will be Genesis. And there's Epic of Gilgamesh.
Soon tarnished.
My character's dead anyway, so.
In your embrace, restless.
Oh, you're in Universe 11, my bad. Universe 7 is like Goku's universe, I forget. That's all Dragon Ball Super though, so it's technically, it's not real. Only Dragon Ball Z matters. To be fair with you, Jiren, I'm not committed to any school of thought. I'm just a learner. I'm a noob. So I ain't got no reason to commit to any school of thought in terms of philosophy. My point is just to try and get as much of a holistic view of each school of thought as I can. There's no reason for me to commit to any. But if, like, how it shows up in my personal life, I could say I lean a little bit more towards an empiricist view on topics like this. But other topics, not so much. Right? I think it just depends what we're actually looking at. Yeah, on some matters I might be considered a materialist, and some an idealist. It really depends. So again, because I'm not a philosopher, I've got no reason to commit to a school of thought. No, your body, my choice. It's the Christian way, of course. Well, you tell me how it happened then, Nini. If something can't come from nothing, tell me how it happened. Let's walk down that old chestnut. Yeah, floods happen all the time, bro. But there was not a global flood. And no, we definitely didn't have two of every type of animal on the planet in a boat, bro. That just didn't happen. It's a myth. Tsunamis happen all the time. Right? They probably have been happening for, like, you know, thousands and thousands of years, bro. And if, like, the whole Pangea story is true about the continent splitting off, then yeah, there would have definitely been some plate movement in various different periods of time. He's too spammy, bro. Oh, pulled that one out of his way. I think also I've not completed the quest line because I should be able to summon help here, but there's nobody. If there was three of us, we might stand a better chance. Aw, how do you know, Stefan? Are you sure you're not just saying that you love me and you're scared to express your emotions, so using like a sock puppet, a third party, to speak on your behalf? Is that what's happening there?
Not suffer. A Lord devoid of light.
I don't know, Cherzy. Right? Maybe they didn't have any knowledge of dinosaurs then. You always notice, right? Gods tend to not have any more knowledge than their prophets or the people who are speaking and writing on their behalf. Why do you think that is? Dragging these nuts. That's funny. To be fair with you, I don't think that's a unique teaching. Right? I think a lot of people fail to understand that civilizations were in full effect and full swing before the Bible, before any events in the Old Testament or the New Testament. Well, at least before they're recorded anyways. Right? You had Mesopotamia, you had Egypt, you have Greek, you have Greece, you have Indus Valley. I'm not saying all of them at the same time, they all have different time periods obviously. You have Far East Asia, China and that. But yeah, people were living in functional societies before any Bible, before anything was written down actually. So, they figured out loving thy neighbour a long time ago. Just like they figured out morals without gods. So, now, some of you might be ignorant and need to be told again or reminded. But yeah, humans had that covered for ages, so I still wouldn't have survived. Yeah, I think that's true as well, Ryan. Explain morals, right? In simple terms, morals are what's called a system of determining good and bad, right and wrong. Within morals, there's a study called moral philosophy, like a field of study called moral philosophy, also known as ethics. Within ethics and morals, there are morality. Right? There are various different schools of thought on how one might approach things. Right? You've got normative ethics, right, that tell you what one ought to do in a situation. You've got descriptive ethics that tell you what people actually do in a situation. Then you've got applied ethics when you study a specific quandary or problem. Right? There's lots more to know within that, but how you approach those things would depend on your school of thought. So like, you could be a utilitarian, which is focused on consequential ethics, judging on the outcome of acts and actions. Right? You could be someone who's concerned with virtue ethics, not the actions themselves, but the character of the person carrying out the thing. Right? There's more to it than that. There's lots to go through, right? But yeah, people may not have vocalized that in writing, right? But they definitely had those concepts locked in since caveman times. Just people have just expanded on them and went into deeper reasoning, deeper study on them. Yeah, that's true, Decoy is right. So, as per my hypothesis, the first phase of God creation was assigning agency to elemental things and celestial things. So, where you're saying sun worship and moon worship was about survival, is true, right? That's how that started. And in terms of the most prominent types of gods you find across time and across regions, the most prominent types of gods are celestial gods and elemental gods, being like sun, moon, stars, and then being earth, wind, water, fire in some combination. Okay. So that's very true. Right? How was it done? Using what's called hyperactive agency detection device. So humans assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. So that's actually true. And as we move from hunting and gathering with that ancestral mind into polis and civilization building, our god concepts started to get more advanced and more conceptualized, mixing phase 1, which is assigning agency to elemental things, with phase 2, which is abstraction and deifying abstract things, and becoming gods like Zeus, like Ra, like Enlil, etc., etc. Anyways, no, it was usually like Sunday. I lifted some really heavy shit yesterday, and I'm feeling the effects of it today. Got that central nervous system fatigue. It feels good straight after, but the recovery is rough. It's proper rough. So if I'm like groggy and just like drab, that's why. Hey, that's a very good overview, Jordan. Appreciate that. No, I've never heard of them in combination like that. No, I haven't. Ninny. You're actually a ninny. You're actually a ninny. That's jokes. Yeah, I've got an understanding of how the Bible came to be. What's the relevance though? Exactly. How do I say your name? Connolly, right? Exactly, right? God concepts are primarily psychological. They're what's called abstract concepts. And as human psyches or human cognitive functions evolve, so do our God concepts evolve with us. So it's exactly that. As I'm glad you know your shit, right? There's plenty of evidence of us being the ones behind every type of gods you've ever heard of, where there's no evidence of gods existing independently of us. But yeah, at least it's not completely lost on everyone out there. It should be quite obvious, to be honest. You know, cognitive dissonance is a motherfucker. Hey, thanks for following. Apologise for the language. Because there's no such thing as nothing. Nothing is the negation of specific things, so there is always something. In fact, there is only something. Whilst we're alive, we have no other frame of reference for there being nothing. Just us linguistically saying there is nothing. Why should I be ashamed? I'm pretty sure you was drinking and eating on Ramadan, so were you ashamed? Like, I don't know. You was probably you was doing something you shouldn't have done on Hanukkah. Should you be like, who gives a shit? What is the relevance of a Easter holiday? You realise there's no evidence that Jesus was resurrected from the dead at any point, right? It's just a story. I don't celebrate Ramadan either. That's the point, you idiot. So I'm saying, so there's no significance to the day to me other than I get to stay off work for extra 2 days. Like there's no significance at all. Right? Some people are eating chocolate and maybe having some roast dinner. That's it. Like, what are you talking about? That was the point. you know what I mean? Let's all enjoy our capitalist holidays together and embrace the lie so we can have extra time off work. So let's all embrace the lie together now. Don't break the illusion. Don't tell them that it's not true. Yes, resurrection. So, bank holiday then, yeah. I'll take it. Dead. That's it. Easter sale 50% off. Yeah, well, most of the like public holidays that exist these days, some of them have innocent background, but majority of it is about capitalism. Like, for instance, an idea like Christmas or Halloween. Halloween is a little bit aside, right? But something like Christmas is literally mixing the holiday of Yule festival with Christian mythology, right? Why does it happen that way? Because of the Roman Empire during what's called Christendom. Right? I'll put a blurb on the screen to help you understand. As Christianity is sweeping across Europe, right, it's becoming amalgamated, that's the right way to say it, with other cultures on the landmass. Right? So, stuff. I literally just wrote stuff. That's funny. That's going to give me a search. So yeah, in order for Christianity to actually like take hold in Europe, it has to like fold into pre-existing cultures, so in a sort of symbiotic way. It's how we get something like Christmas with mixing a Yule festival with like Christian mythology. But how Christmas pops up modern day is primarily about capitalism being able to sell you things under the branding of this holiday or this religious festival period. So it's nothing new. Easter is just an extension of that same thing. Right? What have bunnies and eggs and Jesus Christ got to do with anything? What has chocolate got to do with anything? Like the cacao bean like is not even native to Europe. It's like, has nothing to do with anything. It's just it's a scam. Right. Yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah, so that was Christendom. Like we'll be discussing more about this as the stream goes on. So Christendom, not Christianity. Obviously it has implications on Christianity, but Christendom refers to the historical era and geopolitical concept. Christendom refers to the historical era and geopolitical concept roughly 4th century to 20th century, where Christianity was the dominant, often state-enforced religious, social and political force in Europe. It signifies a union of church and state, creating a unified Christian culture, distinct from the broader global Christian community. So, under Christendom, Christians suffer, Muslims suffer, Jews suffer, pagans suffer, just non-religious people suffer. It's literally just... It's just an expression of imperialism through Christianity during that Roman Empire Christian expansion period. So. But yeah, look when it ended. Air quotation ended 20th century. Right? Technically never did. So if you're from a country like mine, then you know church and state are inseparable. If you're in America, you're lucky to not have started out like that, but you're kind of slipping down the theocracy pipeline. So you're a bit cooked in that aspect as well. See, I don't know about all that stuff, Duran, right? I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong in any way. I would say it's just a little bit too complex for me to take in during the stream while I'm just like glancing over comments and playing games. It looks interesting, but hopefully you understood what I meant when I replied to that too, right? We're fighting Mesmer. Yep, there's a lot of it's like religion is bad stuff, man. Religion is really bad stuff. Like if you actually examine it, right, again, I'm trying to put together a better way of saying this, right. There are only three religions, and those three religions stem from the Abrahamic faiths, right. Their ancestors being the Mesopotamians, Sumerians, right. But primarily, there are only three religions. Why are they considered? Why am I considering them three religions, right? There are a bunch of different cultural practices that are folded into like the category definer of religion. For instance, Buddhism is considered religion, Hinduism considered religion, Sikhism considered religion, Taoism, right, Jainism. All right, even nowadays, like, yeah, let's not get too far into that. But even nowadays, they would say something like atheism fits into the characteristics of religion, right? But the reality is there is only one religion, which is split into three separate religions, right? I like to call them Cerberus, or what's the other one? The dragon, right? From Hercules. But anyways, right? Why I would say the Abrahamics are the only real religions, because they are primarily imperialist vehicles. Their primary job of those three religions is to expand their territory and bring people into the fold. So that is to garner resources and manpower. That is why they are functionally religions, right? Whereas Hinduism is more philosophy based, Sikhism is more a culture thing, Buddhism a culture thing, right? You could say that these things correlate more to indigenous practices. They're not actively evangelized, right? They're not actively trying to grasp lands and then recruit people into the fold, whereas like Christianity, Islam is primarily doing that. Judaism is expressing that ideology through what's called Zionism, right? But anyways, we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's go do this fight. Ghidorah, Hydra, that's it, Hydra. Right, there you go, that's the one. Big up Hydra. Yeah, this is Minecraft. Which means, what do I believe about morality? Such an open subject. What I would say is morality is entirely dependent on humans. No god is necessary to produce morality, moral codes, just like no god is necessary to produce logic or mathematics. Of course I heard of Jesus in my childhood. What are you talking about? I've been to Sunday school, I've been to church. Do you mean I grew up in England, bro? A black family. No, like, so reducing morality to objective and subjective is super layman, right? Not to say I'm not a layman too, but if you reduce it to objective and subjective, it means you have quite a diminished understanding of what morality even is. Okay. Just like if your understanding of what morality is primarily depends on God, you probably have the weakest moral system of the lot. We can get into that a bit later if you want, after this fight. Fact check follow, by the way.
Soon.
Oh, Word Plus. Love a good projection from you, my brother. Thanks for your analysis, I guess.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyss serpent, shorn of light?
Yeah, so wherever the language of mathematics is understood and shared, the answers will be universal, right? Wherever the concept of God pops up, it's completely culturally dependent. Right? It's also mind dependent on that individual. Although both are abstract concepts, gods are categorically different to maths and logic because they're not universal. They're more akin to fictional characters. Oh, look at that, one shot in. Alright, so let's have a little bit of a discussion on morality, right? So, definition of morality, like general definition, is a system of determining good and bad, right and wrong. Also, like, described as ethics, right? Some philosophers would separate ethics from morality for various different reasons, right? But the general understanding is morality and ethics are hand in hand. Okay? You could say ethics is how you express your views on morality. On the screen is just some overviews on ethics. Okay. So, oh man, that's so zoomed out. Zoomed in, sorry. No, zoomed out, that's it. So, I need to make it bigger so I can read it myself. So, ethical systems are frameworks for determining right and wrong. Just like I said, morality is a system of determining right and wrong. Right? Generally divided into normative ethics, rules/duties, consequentialism, outcomes, and virtue ethics, characters. Right. So, here are some key ethical systems within what's called ethics or moral philosophy. Right. Again, I'm not a teacher, not a philosopher, just giving you an overview. Right? And then I'll show you how if your view on what morality is depends on the existence of God, you have one of the weakest understandings of morality. Now that's like an overarching take. That's not on an individual basis. You could be a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, an atheist, and have any mixture of these ethical frameworks, right? Depending on you as an individual. But we're talking about what religion prescribes as a whole. Okay, so key ethical systems. You've got deontological ethics, duty-based. Actions are judged by whether they adhere to rules or duties, also known as Kantism. Kantism was a guy, right? Kant was a guy, sorry, right? Consequentialist ethics, outcome-based. The morality of an action is determined by its consequences. Also, like, found in utilitarianism, which is a school of thought. Utilitarianism seeks the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Virtue ethics, character-based, focuses on developing good character traits, virtues, rather than following specific rules, right? Largely known from the ancient Greek world, right? Relativism, moral judgments are not absolute but subjective to individuals, e.g. subjective relativism or cultural relativism. Okay. Divine command theory. An action's morality is based on whether it's commanded by a divine being or a religious text. Okay, this is kind of where a lot of you more pop religious people get your ideas about what morality is from. Okay, when I say pop, I just mean like general population, just average people. Alright, so ethics of care emphasizes the importance of relationships and emotion. Like, I know many Christians have scattered already because they know what's coming. Right? Ethics of care emphasizes the importance of relationships and emotions and responding to the needs of others. Egoism, it defines right action as which best promotes one's own long-term self-interest. Right? So you've got branches of ethical study. Normative ethics establishes standards for norms for conduct, such as systems mentioned above, what one ought to do, etc. Meta-ethics investigates the nature, scope, and meaning of moral judgment. Also investigates the meaning of moral language. Right? Applied ethics applies normative theories to specific, practical, and often controversial issues, e.g. business ethics, bioethics, or like things like the trolley problem, like what one ought to do in that situation. Right? Anyways, right, so if your view is that morals are dependent on God existing, you're largely speaking on what's called divine command theory. An action's morality is based on whether it's commanded by a divine being or a religious text, right? Now, why any person who knows a little bit about any of this would say, if your morality is dependent on God or views from God, you have the weakest moral system. I'll give you an example of why, okay? It's been a while since we looked at this. So I've forgotten what that Bible verse even is now. I think it's Samuel. Right. So here's an example of what divine command puts you into, right? So I'll go over that again briefly so you know what we're doing here, what we're referencing. Guys on the vertical missed all of that, what was on the screen, and they're going to miss what's coming up on the screen because they're not on the main channel. So, divine command theory is basically saying what a God says is right, or what's found in the religious text says what it says is right. Now, what's on the screen is a quote from, I think it's 1 Samuel or something like that in the Bible, Old Testament. Regardless of the translation or version you use, the gist is the same, right? I'll give you context for the people who are crying. This verse is about basically God speaking to the Israelites concerning the history of the Israelites and the Amalekites, right? Two different tribes of people who've been at war with each other for a while. So, this is God speaking. He says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Right? That's God given a direct command to go and kill people. But further context to the scripture, what he's commanding the Israelites to go and kill the Amalekites for apparently took place 400 years ago. So this isn't the same, like, so this group of Israelites that's alive in 2026 and the group of Amalekites that are alive in 2026, God is telling the Israelites to kill the Amalekites for what the Amalekites' ancestors done 400 years ago. Right? So the ones that will kill each other now aren't the same ones who had beef in the past. Right? So God is directly speaking here, which is a command, right? And he's given something that would be considered immoral, right? He's saying to go and kill men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep and donkeys, right? The only way you'd be able to say that that is wrong, to go and kill men and women and children and infants and cattle and donkeys is if you were using a moral framework that isn't divine command theory. Right? Divine command theory also puts you in a problem of the Euthyphro dilemma. Is something good because it's good, or is it good because God says it's good? Okay. So when you say that your morals come from God and depend on the existence of God or what the Bible prescribes, right, or the Quran or the Torah prescribes, you are essentially admitting that whatever it says to do in that book is what you would do based on your moral framework. Now, that's what the religion prescribes, right? But the individual, if we were to pick out someone from the crowd and bring them up on the stage and say to them, hey, would you kill the Amalekite infants and children? They'd probably say no, they wouldn't, right? But any like sane person would be like, no, I'm not going to do that. But their ability to know that it'd be wrong to kill the children of the Amalekites for something their parents did 400 years ago would be entirely based on humanist ethics or some variant of ethics that exist outside of religion. Okay? So when your idea of what morals are come primarily from a god or a book, a religious text, you are admitting that you are one of the most immoral among us in modern society, because you don't have a robust understanding of what morality or ethics is. Okay? You have the weakest, the most susceptible to manipulation and control. The simple-minded people will say, oh, but God makes morality objective. Wrong, right? If God determines what is good and what is bad, what you're subscribing to is called divine subjectivity. It's dependent on the psychology and the whims of the God itself. Caveat, the God doesn't actually exist anyway, so it's men writing on behalf of the God. Anything you will find in a book is put there by men. Right, so you're getting bamboozled twice over with your view on what morality and gods are in the first place. Right? But anyways, right, if your view on morality is based on what a god says or a religious text says, you have one of the weakest moral frameworks out of the lot. Right? And again, you're susceptible to all kinds of contradictory thoughts and actions in modern society. This is hence why we I don't know if France is doing it, but I think it's a good idea to stop letting politicians and judges have any affiliation with religion. They shouldn't be allowed, right? Because that affects their judgment on things. Okay, it's dangerous. Now, if you look at someone like Tony Blair, before Tony Blair became Prime Minister, he was practicing to become a fucking preacher in a seminary, right? Highly religious. Now, if you look at Tony Blair's actions during his time and the implications in Afghanistan and Iraq, and now you look at his standing of how he operates with his views on Zionism and what's happening in the Middle East, you can see the implications of his religious views on his judgment calls. Okay, not good. So yeah, if your morals and your ethics depend on God's existing and religious texts existing, you've got one of the weakest set of morals amongst men. But luckily for you, We don't need gods to exist in order for there to be morals, right? Our ancestors, cavemen, they had morals, right? You can have a system of morals, a code of ethics, non-verbally, without having to actually say, right? Cooperation and survival, right, are the display of ethics, virtues, and morality. If you want to be more brute with it, something like the social contract isn't actually a thing, okay? What it is in reality is a truce amongst men with power that say, we could unalive each other right now, right? I could come in your house and take everything you got right now if I wanted to, but we'll make a truce that I won't do that and you won't do that, so I can get done what I want to do and you can get done what you want to do, right? Within the parameters of our civilization. But the reality is we are still constantly at war, and we're still constantly at war with nature, to survive. Surviving being the primary objective of living. Okay? But yes, if your moral codes or your idea of morality depends on a God existing, you've got very weak understanding of morality in the first place. I was going to show you another picture, but hey, we'll get into the visual aids in a minute. So hopefully that helped. As I said, we was going to go into morality after the fight. Could needed glasses, that's funny. Another projection from a Zach. Have you ever heard of a guy called Freud? Or a guy called Jacques Lacan? I think it's Jacques Lacan, right? Is it Jean-Jacques? Anyways. Right. Someone who believes in a God has got no business telling someone who doesn't believe in a God they've got daddy issues. They got no business saying that in any way. Right. That's max, projection max and... Right. Yeah, Sky Daddy issues. Oh my gosh. Oh, I jumped into it. No, this is a bad run. How do you not mimic out of the way like that? Damn it.
Embrace of God, child. In the embrace of Mesmer's.
I don't know. I think the Jehovah's Witnesses have a specific number. Everyone point and laugh at Zach. That was funny. Did I do good, Daddy? Did I please you, Daddy? You weirdo. You know, like it's like it's a bit, it's like a sycophantic kind of a display, right? It's a type of virtue signaling. For instance, right, if a God actually exists, or a Jesus exists, or a spirits exists, right, what makes you think that they would read your chat that you're like writing in public that's supposedly supposed to be to them, right? What makes you think that they would care? Clearly what you're writing is a public display because you want other humans to care about what you have to say, right? Not God, right? It's like, anyways, it's like when so how can I explain this in a better way? So it's like when a Christian gets into a confrontation with somebody, right? Maybe not even a direct confrontation, maybe a passive aggressive confrontation, right? And they say, oh, I'm going to pray for you, right? I'll be praying for you. They don't mean it in the genuine way of prayer, right? If they were to actually read their book, they would take prayer to be something as like holy, right? Something, what's the right word? Not sanctified, but something very precious, right? And even Jesus himself within the book is like, you should take prayer so seriously that you should keep it private between you and God. You should go into your prayer cupboard or whatever and just keep it completely to yourself. But when people within these like kind of faiths, not just Christians, Jews do it, Muslims do it as well, they're like, oh, I'll pray for you. It's a passive aggressive kind of assertion, right? That, oh, I'm better than you kind of thing. But the reality isn't that, right, at all. It's like, it's a poor version of virtue signaling, right? And it's actually a damnation on their idea of prayer. They don't actually believe in prayer or the power of prayer, because they wouldn't throw it about so easily in that kind of way. It's there's more to it than what I've just brushed over, but I think there's a visual aid that might help with this. Oh, people on that stream can't even see visuals anyway, so they can only see the game. But yeah, like it's essentially just an admission of the impotency of your own beliefs. Right? You don't actually think prayer is worth anything, hence you throw it about so willy-nilly. If you believed in the power of prayer, you would actively be doing it in order to change something meaningful in the world, not just throwing it out as a way to virtue signal and to at the same time insult somebody. Right? It's an actual admission of your lowliness. Right? That makes sense. But hey, you do you, bro. You do you. But yeah, it's cool. My character's not thick, it's just a rubbish armor that I put on. He is kind of thick in it, you can see that. You can see that shape through the armor. Armor's supposed to help me with fire attacks, that's why. I thought I'd saved a lot of those Bible verses, but I don't really use them anymore. It's like, it's a bit jarring even engaging Christians on this level, but sometimes it's necessary. Right. So I'll read it to you, right? Matthew 6 and 5, I think it is. It might be a different one, right? And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close your door, pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you, right? So literally Jesus himself was gunning you off that type of people. Like, he was telling you you're a monk, basically, and you're proving him right. It's literally just saying like you're a monk, and you're kind of proving that to be the case. I'll put it on the screen in case you doubt that it actually says that. Knowing the Bible, there are so many different versions of that same thing. But yes, Matthew 6 and 5. So that was the kind of point I was making to you about virtue signaling through these kinds of, these public displays of, feigned piousness, right? We know you're not serious about your beliefs because of the way you portray yourself, the way you represent your faith makes us know that you're not actually serious. Right? So I'll read it now again that's on the screen, right? And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close your door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you, right? So you're saying you're a mug. That's what you're saying. All right, anyways. It's not my business to do Bible critiques or biblical critiques, but yeah. Doesn't really matter, like which version you pull it from. It's gonna be humans writing it anyway. No, they can't get you banned, Scar, Samoan. They can't get you banned at all. They want you to think that so they can have a safe place to congregate and say all these crazy things. But the reality is, anything that is open to public life is open to critique. Okay, religion being one of those things. And I'll tell you like this: not all beliefs are worthy of respect. Okay. No, I'm not a Muslim. Think about the type of things I'm talking about. I'm not so sure. Like, I'm ideologically opposed to all Abrahamic faiths, to all faiths really. I don't know why within the Abrahamics they like, again, it's the Cerberus, it's the Hydra, right? They think that they're not part of the same body because they have their own head. They're the same people. So like, it's weird like that. It's like, oh, you're critiquing Christianity, you must be Muslim. You're critiquing Islam, you must be a Jew, right? You're idiots. You're the same people, just wearing a different patina with a different interpretation of the same God. So the critique on the Godhead or the central deity passes on to all three faiths.
I will not suffer. A Lord devoid of light. No, Mother, forgive me.
You're making a great point, Duran, to be fair with you. You are. Nope, hell isn't real. Again, you haven't studied the Bible. There is no hell. There is no biblical hell. You don't know what you're talking about.
Soon tarnished.
You're just a psycho. I'm joking.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws?
What significance should a rosary bead have to me? Would it be any different than a monk's prayer beads from Buddhism or something like that, or Muslims' prayer beads? What difference would that make to me? If anything, if you're talking about it from like a psychological point of view, it's just what's called a fetish that helps you concentrate your energy or your focus into something. That's all that is. Alright, anyways, this ain't going great, so let's play something else for a bit. Let's go play Dark Souls for a bit. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go put on the kettle. I've realised it's still technically... Well, we've got like 7 minutes left of the morning, so it's not too late to have another coffee, I guess. Wait, that's the wrong game. So yes, I think humans invented God, and I think there's plenty of evidence to support that claim, right? From various different angles, whereas there's very little evidence of God's existence independent of humans, capable of having any meaningful effect on our physical reality. Be right back. Have a coffee on me at 6 AM. What country are you in, bro? US. Which part? So what? How can we know? Alright, put it this way. Why should I think that demons exist? Give me a reason to think that. Skyrim is, yeah, I have got tired of it. It's not like, do you know what I've noticed, right? If I was to just come off of stream and just look in playing the game, then I would actually knock it out like really quickly. But it would take away the fun from the stream, actually being able to see the boss get beaten, you know? So that kind of, it's a trade-off. It's either get whooped by the boss on screen for hours or just go offline and just play it. It's not your country, Miss Slothman. It's my country. Probably older than you, so it's probably been my country longer than it's been yours. So, remember the Terry's Chocolate Orange advert? It's mine. It's my country. No, crazy. That sounds like some anime stuff. It sounds like some Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. Cursed spirits. I think there's a new episode tonight, maybe. There's no good reason to think demons exist as like independent entities. So, in terms of like fictional like characters and stuff like that, yeah. But as actual things, there's no good reason to think that. Oh, I can substantiate my claim if I want to, right? And I have at various different times. So when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim, and it aims to explain the existence of God beliefs and God concepts around and across humanity. It covers the how, it covers the why, and in some instances the when and the where these concepts and ideas and beliefs are produced. Whereas, contrasting my hypothesis with actual evidences for God, I think it overpowers them, right? Because there is no actual evidences of God independent of us as humans. So what sources do I draw from for my inductive case of humans inventing God? Archaeology, artifacts and like constructs left behind by humans. Anthropology, the study of humans, human cultures, rituals, societies. And cognitive science, the study of the mind, how it works, the brain. You know. Pulling information from these three main fields of study is how I make the case that humans invented God. Per my hypothesis, there are three main phases of God creation, which basically account for nearly all God concepts that we'll come across. Phase 1 is assigning agency to elemental things and celestial things. So elemental things being earth, wind, water, and fire, and versions of those found in nature, like hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanoes. Celestial things being the sun, the moon, stars, comets, etc., and like expressions of those, like eclipses, etc. Right? How we did that, assigning agency to things, is based on a cognitive theory called hyperactive agency detection device. What that looks like in very simple terms. Right? Today, we make use of hyperactive agency detection device like this. So you're laying in bed at home, right, about to go to sleep, and you experience auditory stimuli, right? So it's external stimuli. So you hear a sound go bump in the night somewhere in your house. Subconsciously, almost instantaneously, you assign agency to that sound. So that means you say that sound signifies that there is somebody or something moving about in the house. So like a more reasonable person, a rational person would say that bump in the night is automatically assigned to the agent of a robber trying to break in, or a family member moving around in the kitchen, or a pet, right? A more superstitious or, you know, like woo-woo person would assign agency to that external stimuli. The agency they would assign to that external stimuli would be a ghost, a spirit, a god, right? Whereas the rational person would say, I have background information on humans and animals, so they would assign that agency to humans and animals. The irrational person would assign that agency to spirits, ghosts, and gods, which they don't have background information on. Now, how did this work in an ancestral environment? So, hypothetical Jim, hypothetical Jane, right, are out foraging for berries. Jim and Jane both experience external stimuli from their observation being sound and sight this time, right? Of a bush rustling. Hopefully you guys can hear me over the game. Dark Souls is quite loud actually. Just give me a second. Right, so hypothetical Jim and Jane, right, are both going through the jungle, right, and they see a bush rustling. They see it move, and they hear sounds coming from it. Jim takes off running the minute he experiences this external stimuli. Why does Jim take off running? Because Jim has assigned agency to the bush. He has said to himself subconsciously that either that bush is alive or there is a predator in that bush. By Jim taking off running, he's helped to ensure chances of survival for himself and his ancestors, his children, if you will, people who come after him, his lineage. Whereas Jane freezes, she reduces her chances of survival in that moment. Now, how does hyperactive agency detection device play into the creation of gods? Our ancestors, right, and still this still happens today, ironically, because it's a cognitive function. Our ancestors would experience an act of nature that me and you would describe today as a storm or a volcanic eruption or a tsunami, right? So let's go with a storm example, as it's one of the most well substantiated types. Right? They would have experienced something called a storm, right? So lots of external stimuli, right, through their senses, right? Sensory stimuli. The sky blackens, it begins to rain, right? Thunder roars, right? And then they experience what me and you understand to be lightning. Right? This would be like a larger than life event, which it still is in modern times, right? We're little humans compared to Mother Nature, right? But what happens in that event, just like Jim, right, assigned agency to the bush, and you assigned agency to that bump in the night, the ancestral mind assigns agency to the event of lightning and thunder. So when they see that lightning strike from the heavens, blow something up, burst into flames, they immediately assign agency to the lightning. And it might sound a little bit like this: I have a mind, I don't understand that thing, therefore there must be a mind higher than mine who either understands that thing and is responsible for that thing, or that thing itself has a mind and is acting on its own accord, right? E.g. agency. Okay, so now the lightning has been assigned agency by the human mind, right? What happens with that? Surviving that event, they go on to tell the story of that event to other members of their tribe and their family and their children, etc. And that event becomes deified over time through a process called lore, right? Becomes legend, stories get built around it, then it becomes deified. Why does it become deified? Because they begin to create rituals and ideas around the event to appease it, to help ensure their chances of survival. The same with the solar eclipse, the lunar eclipse, the comets, right, a shower, right? They do that and they deify it. So that's a phase 1 God creation, assigning agency to things. Right? A phase 2 God creation is abstraction. I really need to start giving you guys better visual aids, because like I know most of you don't even read what's on the screen. So anyways, just keep it simple. So before I move on to phase 2 God creation, I'll read you the blurb that's on the screen. Alright, hyperactive agency detection device, also known as HAD as an acronym, is a cognitive theory suggesting humans have an evolved built-in tendency to quickly attribute events and movements to intentional agents, e.g. people, spirits and ghosts, as the examples I gave you. Right? It's done to enhance survival even when none exist, acting like a mental smoke detector for threats, which explains beliefs in the supernatural and feelings of being watched. It was coined by a guy called Justin Barrett. You may also know him from the Avo experiment, which is famously misinterpreted. Right? The Avo experiment being that children have a need to explain things. Right? Some call it belief in God, right? But that's incorrect. But anyways, coined by Justin Barrett, HAD posits that false positive, seeing an agent where there isn't one, was safer in an ancestral environment than a false negative, missing a real threat. This hypersensitivity leads to anthropomorphizing. Seeing purpose in randomness and forms the foundation for religious beliefs, right? Seeing purpose in randomness is also a big part in this building up these constructs of belief systems, known as apophenia, right? Okay, what is apophenia? Apophenia is the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns. So you guys, half of the screen there. It's to perceive meaningful patterns and connections or significance in random, unrelated data or coincidences. When you speak to people around these supernatural subjects or like spiritual matters and stuff like that, you will see how their mind jumps from thing to thing to thing, which isn't connected, but to them it makes coherent sense. But to the outside observer, it is incoherent, right? That is what that is, apophenia. You'll see it in what's called quantum mysticism, right? When people try to use the double slit experiment to explain consciousness and how consciousness is linked to spirituality, like all of this pseudo-scientific nonsense, that's apophenia, right? People jumping from thing to thing, taking a very surface level understanding of it and mixing and mangling it with other esoteric ideas and beliefs. That is what that is. And it helps form the foundation for these supernatural or religious beliefs. Okay. Anyways, so phase 1 of God creation is assigning agency to elemental things and celestial things. Phase 2 is as our minds develop and we gain the ability for conceptualizing and abstraction. If phase 1 was based on observation, phase 2 is based purely on the psyche, what happens inside the mind, right? Abstraction, we're thinking about ideas that don't have a physical, tangible representation. Ideas like love, ideas like magic, ideas like creation, ideas like death and destruction. You can express these things, right? But you cannot hold these things. Right? These are concepts, right? And we begin to deify these concepts too, in the same way we deified elemental things and celestial things, right? Again, I'm going to put up a non-exhaustive list of gods found across different regions of different regions and times in the world, right? And you'll see how these three God creation phases slot into all the known configurations of gods on the planet. That being that all known gods, right, come from the minds of humans and go through the same evolutionary trajectory, right? How is that substantiated? Through archaeology, the artifacts humans produce pertaining to their concepts. Through anthropology, the study of the humans in their culture, in their rituals, and what they report. Through cognitive science, through the study of the mind, how the mind works, right? Why it does what it does, right? So if assigning agency to elemental things is a cognitive function, the why is for survival. The how is the hyperactive agency detection device, all right? So we've moved from assigning agency to things to abstraction, right? Concepts that don't have physical, tangible existences. Phase 3 is anthropomorphizing, where we begin to stack phase 1 and phase 2 concepts with phase 3. Anthropomorphizing means to give something human nature and human values, right? Why is it done? For societal cohesion. We start to tell the story of humanity through our expressions of gods and god concepts. Now, I'll show you how this lines up historically. The same way we're going to walk through Ra, Zeus, Odin, we can walk through Yahweh's evolution into God the Father, evolution into God in the triune configuration, evolution into God known as the 3O, or omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, immaterial spirit God. Right? All God concepts have walked through this evolution. Before we get too deep into more jargon, to simplify, if you had to explain this to a child, historically there's never been one universal concept of what a god is. There still isn't to this day. No one has ever gone out onto their native land and discovered the god of another land. God concepts primarily are produced for the cultural needs of the people that produce them, and then go on to be transmitted through language or through artifact, the expression of abstract concepts. Okay, so how do the three phases of God creation show up historically? So, Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, they produce a god called Enlil. Right? They also produce Inanna, Ishtar. Right? But that's another conversation. Right? So Mesopotamia, one of the earliest civilizations. Again, there's a reason, right? If I know I'm like jumping back a step, right? If phase 1 and phase 2, right, are observation and abstraction, they take place during a period of time where our primary focus is survival, right, based on hunting and gathering. Phase 3 takes place in a process during a period of time called agriculture, polis, setting up cities and civilizations. Okay, so Mesopotamia, Iraq, right, modern day Iraq, right, also like the Levant region. Right? They produce a god called Enlil. Right, the primary role and domain of that god called Enlil is wind, air, and storms. Right, so that's a phase 1 type of god. Again, how do we even know who Enlil is and his role? Through archaeology and anthropology. Okay, Egypt, Northern Africa, they produce a god called Ra, a sun god and a creator god. A sun god is a phase 1 attribute, meaning assigning agency to a celestial body, e.g. the sun. Phase 2 is a creator god, which is abstract. All right, so you can't hold creation, but you can express creation. Okay,
Greece, Europe, they produced a god called Zeus, a king of gods, sky and thunder. But what does it mean to be a king of gods? A king is found in a societal organization called monarchy, right? That's where kings are produced. So in order for Zeus to be a king, that means Zeus is directly mirroring human life, human hierarchy. Beneath Zeus, there are various other godheads and etc., right? We couldn't really call them godheads, just gods, right? He's also the god of sky and thunder, right? So being a king is a phase 3 attribute, anthropomorphic. Sky and thunder is a phase 1 attribute, right? Very simplistic, very observation based. That's why it's so frequent across different regions. Okay? Norse, Scandinavia, Odin, wisdom, war, death and magic. Odin also takes the form of a man, just like Zeus, just like Ra. Right? Ra just has an animal head, similar to you'll find in the Aztec world later. Right? So Norse, Odin, wisdom, war, death and magic, completely abstract, right? So that's a phase 2 type of god, also exists within a hierarchy, which is an anthropomorphized feature, right? So any god you can jump to in this list, you will see it, how they fit into those 3 phases of god creation. The same goes for the god of the Bible, the god of the Torah, the god of the Quran, right? No god just comes out the gate fully formed, right, of all of its attributes. Think of it like this. Gods are empty containers, right? A name, an idea, right? That isn't full yet, right? In order to fill it up, you have to fill it with other concepts. Right? So here's like a mind exercise, right? Visualize an orange. An orange has primary and secondary features and characteristics, right? It has a shape, has a texture, has a smell, has a taste, all right? All of these things make the orange what it is. It has a color, of course, right? If we take away the color, the texture, the shape, the taste, right? What is left of the orange? Just an abstract concept of its name, right? It has no primary features. It's an unsaturated concept. Gods begin as unsaturated concepts and get filled in with all of these secondary features and aspects that are purely conceptual, right? Anyways, these gods come about at different times and from different regions, and they fit into what's called configurations. Oh wait, I'm gonna have to start making a lesson plan or some goofy shit for this kind of stream. Excuse my French, right? So these configurations are monotheism, polytheism, henotheism, right? But these actual configurations come about at different times in history. They don't all just spawn with us. They get conceptualized over time and added to, right? So monotheism, one all-powerful God, found in Christianity, Islam, Judaism. Polytheism, many gods with different roles, found in Greek, Norse, Hinduism, right? Henotheism, one main god but others exist, found in early Israel and Hindu sects, right? So the Godhead of the Bible, the God of Abraham, is starting out as Yahweh, a storm god, a warrior god, existing in a henotheistic system, right? There's Yahweh for this region of the Israelites, right? Well, actually the Levant is like split up into regions, right? The Israelites inhabit one region of the Levant, and their national god is called Yahweh, a storm god, a warrior god. Across the way from them, they got the Canaanites, and their national god is called Elohim, right? That's what the configuration of henotheism looks like. We got our god, but we acknowledge you got your god. Right? That's henotheism. Pantheism, God is the universe, Spinoza and Advaita Vedanta, right? That's more philosophical. Panentheism, God is in all but beyond all. That's some mysticism and process theology, whatever that means. Deism, a non-intervening creator God. That was put forth by the Enlightenment deists, right? Like French thinkers and stuff like that, I believe, right? Animism, spirits that inhabit nature, known to be one of the oldest configurations of gods, right? That's found in Shinto and indigenous beliefs. I really got to stop chewing gum. Dualism, two opposing cosmic forces or powers. That's found in Zoroastrianism and Gnosticism. Technically, atheism and agnosticism aren't God configurations. They're the disbelief in gods or the unconvinced stance on gods. Right? But all of these configurations have to go through an evolution as well as the gods that you find within the configurations. For instance, monotheism, as we understand it today, comes about from first a system of henotheism, then a dualism system to monotheism. How does that happen? The Israelites are living their lives over there in the Levant. So as the Canaanites, them being the ancestors. I don't know, the predecessors, I forget the right word for it, right? The people who come after, right? Them basically being the kin of the Mesopotamians and the Sumerians, right? They're living in henotheism. Apparently there's an exile of the Israelites to Egypt, right? They're still mixing their ideas with the Egyptian ideas, which is a polytheistic setup currently, right? But even dynastic Egypt functions different with its godheads. The godheads or the gods are like cults and sects. So there's like certain periods where one god is the prominent god, and other periods where there are different gods circulating within the cities. Okay, they apparently leave Egypt and come back. During that time of exile, when they come back, the Zoroastrianists are basically enlightening that whole region of the Levant. They're running the show when they return. Zoroastrianists impart certain ideas of dualism to the Israelites. So step back. Israelites leave under henotheistic system, but they take elements from Elohim, right, and make Yahweh God the Father, right? So he's now powerful. But the view of monotheism, where it gets finalized, doesn't happen until the 6th century BCE. So this after the return, mixing with the Zoroastrianists, then coming up with the idea that there's only going to be one God from now on, right? So the idea of monotheism itself has to go through an evolutionary trajectory. Monotheism could have gone through a unique evolutionary trajectory in a different region, but the most popularized version of it is the Abrahamic version, because the Abrahamic faiths are primarily imperialistic vehicles. So we've adapted our current setup of reality to the Abrahamic faiths systematically through things like Christendom, right? So all that to say, historically, there's never been one type of God. There's always been different gods, and people have contributed concepts to these gods to make them what they are. As far as there being evidence of the gods existing on their own, there isn't any. Okay? So, we can get into more substantiation if you want, but I think that's a mouthful enough for people. Anyways, so the Israelites, their national god at that period of time was known as Yahweh, right? But prior to the Israelites, I'm not quite sure on the whole time scale, right? I do know the first gods in that region of the world come from the Mesopotamians, being Inanna, Ishtar, Anu, and Enlil, maybe, right? But that region of the world we're talking like hundreds, centuries, and sometimes nearly like thousands of year gaps between these events, right? So I'm not 100% sure, right, on how it all goes down. But the national god of the Israelites at that time was known as a guy called Yahweh, right? Storm god, warrior god. And then he goes through an evolutionary transformation by taking elements of El Elohim, becoming God the Father. Then it gets retold through Christianized or Roman/Greek views, bringing on the triune configuration version of God the Father. What are you talking about? That's more evidence that the God didn't exist independently of humans. The reason the New Testament is like that, right, is because it is literally a bunch of different people offering their ideas. Some of them ideas being completely contradictory. In the finalized versions, ideas around what happened after Jesus' resurrection, what happened during his birth, who was the king in power. So many contradictory things happening because there are so many different people writing about it. And then you forget Matthew, Mark, Luke and John are all written anonymously. No one even knows who the hell wrote those things. Okay? This is evidence against the cohesiveness of your beliefs, not for it. Right? I don't know how you missed that. Anyways. Right, so first, to say it goes against man's desires is incorrect, right? Because it's put together by men. But there's two primary reasons why people practice what's called like renunciate lives or ascetic lifestyles. One group of people do it because it seemed to be virtuous, so the giving up of things and the sacrificing of things to them means it builds great character. And another group of people live these sacrificial types of lives, like renunciate lives, monk lives, because they think there is something to be gained from it. Right? There will be reward from it. So if you understand things like Stoicism, Taoism, asceticism, right, the idea of like relinquishing your desires, your bodily desires if you will, right, isn't anything unique to gods. It's something done by men for the two reasons I just explained. Right? If you think about a military regiment, it's very strict, right? And it prohibits certain acts, right? If you think about a diet, very strict, prohibits certain acts. If you think about certain philosophies, very strict, prohibits certain acts. But it's done for those two reasons, to build character in terms of virtue or to gain something. Like for instance, maybe one type of Buddhist version of that, asceticism, right, would be to give up the worldly goods of this life in order to get a better karma in the next life. That means they think there will be a reward for it. From a Stoic point of view, to give up certain things to build better virtues in a stronger character. So there's nothing godly about that. That pertains to humans and the way humans think. That's not a deep argument at all. What I would say is if you feel like it goes against human desires, your general individual standards for what a good human is are very low. Right? Maybe the society you were brought up in doesn't have great values to impart to its youth. So you think something in the Bible that is like semi-ascetic is super like, pious and stuff. But when it's not, it's just like a practice of being a decent human being and not, being greedy, overexerting control and power. Like, these kinds of things are just reasonable, rational. But if you take these simple kind of teachings to be something supernatural, then I'd just say your standards for being a decent person are very low. But anyways, that's not a good argument. Right, 1 second. Oh shit. I never did get that coffee, did I? Alright, give me a minute. Just went off on a tangent. Alright, be right back. It was like 25 minutes ago, bro. The hell? See, that's how long it takes to explain this stuff. I need to really get a lot tighter so we can just be very clear to the point and people grasp what I'm trying to explain to them. So they'll be called restrictive systems, right? So you like the two reasons I gave an example for were like virtue and then personal gain, but there's also the exertion of power and control over other people, right? So here's some examples. Harsh religious rules often benefit the ruling class. Things like sexual control equals control over women's their reproductive rights, etc., right? How they can maneuver in society. Obedience to authority consolidates power within like what's called the sacerdotal class. So sacerdotal will be like the clergy, so back in the day, during Christendom, right, even kind of exists today with lords and stuff like that, you have aristocracy, so that's your lords and your barons. You have the mercantile class, the people who do trades. You have your monarchy, like the kings and such, right? And then you have the theocratic class, or the sacerdotal class, right? So that's like your popes, your priests, and all these kinds of people. These restrictive practices are also tools of control and manipulation over people. So there's the individual gain from it, right? But then there's the societal or the political capital gain from it. Okay, so Things like, again, reproductive control, sexual control, control over women, right? Obedience to authority, consolidating power. Historically, the sacerdotal class has always cozied up with the mercantile class, the aristocracy, and the kings and the queens, right? Why do they do that? Because if you convert the person at the higher point in the pyramid scheme, by default the people underneath them have to convert too, right? This is also how England was unified to become a Christian country, by the Roman world, right? Priest, I forget his name, converting the first king of England, and under the first king of England, his subjects must also capitulate to his belief systems. Right? Things like tithes and offering also bring wealth. So in terms of these cultural restrictive practices, they serve various worldly reasons, right? Or worldly purposes beyond any kind of piety or like godliness to it, right? So you got asceticism for virtues, and then you got like a reward type of system, then you got power and control. Right? If you continue to spam, you get. I'll just mute you for a while, right? I'm trying not to block people today, but I'm just gonna mute you for a while. But yeah, anyways. So and then the next like very like low hanging fruit argument would be why would people die for a lie or something they believe in? Like, people die for lies, things they believe in all the time. That is nothing surprising or in terms of a powerful argument. It's not even close. Anyways, actually, it'd probably be a better idea to just block people who spam, just prevent them from doing it again. I don't know about that, because it depends what type of Christian you talk to. Not all Christians think that Jesus is God. So, and again, what does that even mean for a God to be eternal or a man to be eternal? Yes, Zeb, I do know that, right? It's called othering. Right? I forget. There's a bit more nuance to it, but it's a psychological fault in those people to create others. I mean, in a way, yeah, you could say it's a successful invention. Right? The way in which, oh, I didn't know I had that. The way in which the Abrahamic God functions, it was actually designed for a nomadic group of people. So it leaves behind. Well, initially, it was supposed to leave behind the idea of like statues and rituals in that kind of way, like other ancient gods were, like Zeus, like Ra, like Enlil, and all those kinds of people who have monuments made to them. It was designed for people who were traveling, a warfaring people, like So it was completely psychological. Okay, so in terms of it being a clever invention, it absolutely is. At least that type of God, right? Because it becomes a part of people's identity. When you challenge it, it's as if you're challenging them. Right? When you pick it apart, it's as if you're picking them apart. It's meant to be like that. Right? It's like a symbiote to their psyche. So it is kind of clever in that way. I'm not really articulating what I want to say well, because I'm a little bit distracted, and I didn't get that coffee. Be right back. So another way to explain it is like this, right? Most older types of God configurations are explicitly tied to identities, okay? Something like the Christian God, right, it's perceived to have left behind its initial identity with it being a Hebrew/Greek creation, right? Now it's more of a universalist identity. Anyone can be a Christian, right? it doesn't have a color, it doesn't have a language, it doesn't have a garb, right? But how they kind of like the recessive part of the view came in when they started to produce artifacts or things pertaining to it, like things like crosses, walking around with a cross to identify yourself, things like paintings, right, of the supposed guy called Jesus and events that took place, things like churches and stuff like this, right? Other architectural like offerings. They kind of went back, they reverted back to what some people might call like an idolatry type of time of religion, right? But primarily the Abrahamic God is designed to be wholly or mostly psychological, so it travels light with you within your mind, right? It's a personal God, a disembodied mind, an immaterial spirit. So it's not like you need to go to the shrine of Athena to commune with Athena. It's not like that, or commune with Zeus or with Ra, right? It's primarily in your mind. It's designed that way. So in terms of it being a clever invention like that, yes, it is, right? It's wholly psychological, but it's also an evolved God concept when you look at it, when you compare it to the primitive God concepts, which are wholly observational, assigning agency to elemental and celestial things. The Abrahamic God takes on the elemental, celestial, the psychological, the abstract, the personal, right? So they've rolled all of these like concepts into one evolutionary ball, producing the three religions of the Abrahamic faiths. But then philosophy comes centuries after and buttresses theology or furnishes it with its theorems, right? Things like the divine or the immortal soul, right? The greater good, right? Things borrowed from Plato, like Aristotelian logic and stuff like this, adding into it and producing people like Aquinas, producing other people in the Muslim world and the Jewish world, okay? So the God concept was designed to be purely psychological, but then it's elevated by philosophical ideas. So that's what's called doctrine, people add into it. What's not true? I'm not sure what you're saying. The Abrahamic God is an abstract concept. Did that help? All right, it's less than 15 words for you. This coffee's pretty hot. Yeah, Mikey, who said anything about that? But to be fair, as an atheist, your personal stance doesn't have any like standing on mine. Like, who gives a damn what you personally think? With all due respect, like the primary like definition of atheist is the disbelief in God or gods. Right? You could take a hard position on that, or you could take a soft position on that. Right? Your personal views really don't matter. With all due respect, like, you know, atheist to atheist and all, it really doesn't matter. But that's to say, I didn't say anything about that. I could express the same information that I've expressed through this whole stream and still not even be considered an atheist. Right? This could be coming from a pantheist view, or a polytheist view, or a henotheistic view, or a deistic view, animistic view. Right? Nothing I've said has really been about atheism. It's really about the conceptual design of what gods are, where they come from. Okay? But some people just don't grasp that. I'm not saying I do believe in any of these gods, because I don't. But this isn't about atheism. It's literally about humans inventing gods. No, they don't. Well, actually, magic is found all throughout the Abrahamic faiths inside of the books, like religions. A blessing, a curse is magic spells, right? But personally, I don't think any of those things are real in terms of like the spiritual aspects of them. But if you're talking about a scientific aspect, like put it like this: whether you're talking like biblical magic or pagan magic or witchcraft or whatever, the real part of it would be this: the chemistry, right? The mixing of chemicals and elements together to produce certain things. And the secondary aspect of it would be the psychology, how the mind works, how getting people to think in certain frames, right? It'd be the same kind of way as a magician would operate. So that magic itself isn't anything real or woo-woo in terms of spiritual or supernatural, right? It's wholly, like, it's like mentalist manipulation. And then the physical aspect of magic is just the chemistry, how that interacts with your personal biology, right, or the environment. But as like magic on its own, no, I don't believe magic is real. Again, if you break it down into simplest terms, it's exactly that. Psychology and chemistry. Sometimes, anyways. Who's shouting? But yeah, I don't think I don't take magic to be a real thing like that. I think it's good to understand the cultural references, the various different ones across the planet, indigenous practices and stuff like that. A lot of those things that were considered magic, or the practice of magic back in the day, just became different fields of science, like medicine and stuff like that. So it's not anything crazy, but people are still stuck in that kind of superstitious, scared of the world place, which allows for lots of atrocities to happen. But think of things like epileptic fits being thought of as demon possessions, right? Witchcraft, or like children born with autism. There's like a demon, right? There are still people walking around on Earth with minds like that, which cause terrible things to happen, because they don't take time to understand the natural world and what's actually happening. They just lean on these like superstitious, foolish views, like. But yeah, as so far as they're being real, no, they're not real. So as I said, right, what do you mean by black magic? That's exactly the thing I'm talking about. That's the superstitious woo-woo part of it. Alright, so not even just ancient, right? This still happens, like this, like Wiccan culture and stuff like that. If a lady in the village, right, her ancestors have been healing everyone in the village for like thousands or hundreds of years, and they know I need to go, when someone's got a bad stomach, I need to go into the woods, pick this leaf and that leaf and this seed and grind them together to give an antidote to the sick stomach, right? Within that suspicious world, under the rule of Christendom, right, where if anything wasn't part of primary Christianity, then it was pagan and witchcraft, okay? Within that world, healing that sick stomach would be considered black magic, okay? There was actually a time where they wanted to crucify a guy who knew how to do mental arithmetic in mathematics. This is the European world that produced this kind of suspicious magic thinking. Think about King James. King James was notoriously paranoid, right? Okay, so just your village lady who knows to mix mint with some thyme or whatever, right, to help your sick stomach, right? She would be a witch under your view of what magic is, okay? And that's just basic. She's just doing basic chemistry, okay? But now there's a secondary part of that, right? Now let's look at something like the Haitian Revolution. So this idea of what voodoo has come to be, it was done, right, to minimize the actual military tactics and might behind the Haitian Revolution, right? Things like people like Toussaint Louverture and stuff like that, they were very educated in military warfare and they were politicized. They were working with the French, they were working with the Spanish. So to reduce the Haitian Revolution into, oh, they were using black magic, it makes you have a perception of the people on the land, so you don't acknowledge their military might and their strategic prowess. You reduce the Haitian Revolution to they used voodoo on us, right? But at the same time, that works on the behalf of the people in the Haitian Revolution too, because now I can go ooga booga and it will scare your dumbass, right? So in the same way, it would happen through Norse paganism or Celtic paganism, you know? It's your own psychology that's getting used against you. Right? That's where the magic is happening, right? But it's not magic. It's just understanding humans. But if you're a suspicious idiot, then yes, I can take advantage of that, can't I? And I could probably sell you a bridge. Or I can sell you some water in the sea. You'd be fine, right? Don't worry about it. It's just magic. But like you got a Nobel, right? This is the problem with like superstitious or supernatural thinking, right? If you try to explain the natural universe with supernatural entities, you fail to understand the actual natural universe we live in, and you still know nothing about the supernatural entities you're invoking to explain the natural phenomena, right? That's the place you find yourself in when you start believing in magic and ghosts and spirits and gods. You actually fail to study the real world you're living in, and you could be bamboozled easily because you actually don't know anything about gods, how they function, how they do what they do, spirits, how they function, how they do what they do, right? Ghouls, like you don't know anything about these things. They're just stories that have been imparted to you to keep you in a place of not knowing, right? So now you're easy to manipulate because you don't know, and because you're scared, you won't even seek knowledge and information to find out. So you're perfect to extract resources and labor from. Yeah. You're perfect to exploit. But ooga booga, don't worry about it. Just get your hexes out and all that kind of stuff. But yes, like I've actually got an interesting book. It's like an art book. Yeah, actually, let's do it. Let's spook them. So here's this book by Thames and Hudson, right? They make really good like art books, like coffee table books, okay? Can you see this? It's called The Occult and Witchcraft and Magic, right? An illustrated history. So this book here covers some of those same ideas that you're talking about from different regions of the world, right? Here's like the foundation of what alchemy is, right? And things that pertain to alchemy. I don't know if you can see these pictures. You've even got like Solomonic magic in here, like Masonic magic, all kinds of things, right? From different cultures across the world. If you fail to like understand what the point of these things are or where they come from and how they exist amongst us, then you stay in a place of fear. And within a place of fear, right, you have no control over anything. You have no understanding, right? Man like Merlin, right? All kinds of stuff. It's just an encyclopedia of ideas of where they come from, the cultures that produce them, and what pertains to those things, right? Very good coffee table book, right? Look, King Solomon, Solomonic magic, right? These things aren't like... Right, I understand the anxiety and the fear that surrounds it, because that's what it's designed to do, okay? But once you actually, you know, just like, yeah, be curious enough to be like, alright, what is it about? Then it's like, oh, I shouldn't have been scared of this. Most of these people are crazy, right? Most of these people are actually dumb and crazy, but because they're susceptible to these things, it goes where it goes to, like science and magic, right? So the good stuff that comes from these like views and these ideas really usually gets broken down and becomes a field of study within science or psychology, right? So it's not what is useful remains useful. What is airy and fairy remains airy and fairy, right? It's only pertains to the suspicious minded, right? or the superficial kind of people, right? Far Eastern magic, right? In this bit, this tells the story of Orochimaru, right? In Naruto, okay? Orochimaru, the three sages, basically, okay? But it's a part of their tradition, so it's not. It will scare you if you're stupid. Okay? It will scare you if you're stupid. But it's an encyclopedia of the different types of magics from the different cultures on the planets that have produced them, or what they would consider to be. Okay? And like the story of Orochimaru, it's like the Three Sages story. It's a very old Japanese like Rosicrucianism. Look at that, you know you like that. You know, like that. I'm not joking, but it's supposed to scare you. It's designed to be like that, right? So your mind goes into that, like this is taboo kind of place, right? But if you actually just look at it, you're like, actually, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. These guys are clearly crazy. Like that doesn't like conform or comport with reality, right? And you can start having a critical view on all of this stuff, and then you can see the mentalist aspect of it, and then the chemistry aspect of it, and you're like, all right, this makes sense. That doesn't make sense. But if I wanted to use it strategically, yes, to induce fear in my enemy is a success for my campaign. Or to keep you spooked so I can get done what I need to get done is a success for my campaign. In the same way, religion has these kinds of inner workings, right? What do you think a blessing and a curse and like a ritual is? They're all of the same magical concepts, right? Just inside of fucking religion, right? But most of the stuff is actually bullshit. Right? It's not real, okay? But shit, look, you can think what you want, and after all, half of you here are like believing in nonsense anyway. So, what difference would it make if you think someone's gonna go gobbity goop, bippity bop, and turn you into a frog? You may as well. But back to the main topic. Humans invented gods. All known gods are psychological constructs and do not exist independently of the mind. How can we support the claim, which is an explanatory claim, humans invented God? Through archaeology, through anthropology, and through cognitive science. Right? Praise no way. Yeah. I mean, look, I'll put it to you like this, right? If the general public considers you a fool, then you can be sure you've begun your work. Right? So you should think of me as a fool. Right? Again, that benefits my agenda, not yours. But yeah, right. As a saying that goes, what's true isn't popular, and what's popular isn't true. Yeah. So, again, who are you? Who are you? I know who I am. Alright, let's play the game. Giant. No, I didn't tell you anything. I don't make it my business to call people fools, right? I try to understand their point of view, look for the sound reasoning or the logic in it, and if it's not there to be found, I just move on, right? But in terms of me speaking on what I can speak on, I support it, right? I don't just tell you to believe shit. It's actually best that you question everything, and not in like a half-assed Christian way. Oh yes, questioning is good until it actually threatens my authority. No, right? You should have a critical filter on everything you ingest. But being spooked out by things doesn't help you make use of that critical filter. It's like that's actually something that was beat into you through society. It's not something you would naturally have, right? Most humans are born naturally inquisitive. Whether that leads to good things or bad things, it's the reality. But that safety net of, oh, I don't know if this is going to be okay, like how other people will view me, all that kind of shit, that's built into you through society. Right? And it's usually by people who you shouldn't care about and who probably don't even have the same intellectual capacity as you. Right? They're like aggressive, like there's an egress of their fear into your reality. And if you pick that up, you won't be able to go to the places where you need to learn things. Right? That's what I'm trying to say to you. It's not my job to call you a fool. Now, if you say something stupid to me, I might be well within my rights to tell you that what you said was stupid, and you might be stupid. But that's not my job to do, right? But yeah, but truth be told, I think well, yeah. One of the first rules of war is not to let your enemies know that we're in war. So, I don't think you understand war. So, there's an old quote. I'll never know we're enemies until they hear me say it. And even then, that might just be a misdirection. So why should I think I'm a created being? Give me a reason to think that. You. But yeah, the conversation is mostly derailed, right? It's because that guy was asking me, right? Do I think spirits and magic and all that stuff is real? Primarily, no. From a woo-woo perspective, no. There's no reason to think spirits and magic is real like that. But as I was trying to explain to you, if you break it down to it's like realistic terms, right? All it is psychology and chemistry. Okay? In terms of the spirits, right, I would say spirits and souls is just what the type of language people used before they had an understanding of the psyche and the mind. So, do I think spirits and souls exist as like some independent substances? No. Do I think magic exists as something that can have an effect on its own? No. That was the point. Yeah, I've seen Christopher Hitchens speak a couple of times. Yes, there's definitely uses in God, like pragmatic uses in God, like righteous uses in God and nefarious uses in God, or uses for God. So like, again, as per my own hypothesis of the three phases of God creation, the initial first phase of assigning agency to elemental or celestial things is primarily innocent, right? And even down to conceptualizing is really done to start giving answers for psychological needs, right? So those kinds of like initial beginnings of gods are primarily innocent, right? But when we move into phase 3, that's when people start seeing, oh, there could be like other pragmatic uses for these gods, so other ways to get like power and influence through, again, mobilizing people under these ideologies, under these gods, under these belief systems, organizing societies. And again, like the guy who understands how humans function and is like, you know, a bit Machiavellian, can make crazy uses of things like gods and spirits and magic. They can run your pockets without ever having to ask you for anything. But yeah, there are pragmatic uses, but there's no good reason to believe in something that's quite clearly made up. Actualization of what? Nah, I don't mess with any like psychoactive substances. Now, fair play that I'm drinking coffee, which has caffeine in it, but When you say made up story, what do you mean? If you're saying Christianity in terms of the New Testament's addition to like the Abrahamic canon, then yeah, it is made up. But so is the Torah, so is the Old Testament. I'm not a hard materialist. I'm just being pragmatic in terms of asking you questions. Like, what do you mean by soul? How do you define it? I think it was designed to be ill-defined in the first place. So based on that understanding, why should I think it exists in any concrete way? Why should you think it exists in any concrete way? But if we was to be like, okay, so let's say the Greeks were using the idea of a soul to point to an element of the psyche or the mind, then maybe that makes sense. But then if you use the word soul when you're pointing to something that's not human, like say I wanted to say the soul of hip hop, the soul of football, right? You get an understanding of what I'm talking about colloquially, if you will. But I'm not actually pointing to something of substance, if that makes sense. I'm just pointing to a concept. What do you mean? Of course I think people would sit down and come up with a story. Have you ever read any kind of fictional book? We're playing a fictional game. People also forget there's an entertainment value to religious views and religious texts as well, you know. There's quite clearly an entertainment value to it. But to reduce it simply to that is just you trying to like, you know, have some simplified view on a nuanced topic. I never said that Christianity is made up at any point. Trying to reduce complex conversation into something you can manage, maybe. Right in the balls, in a nutsack. Bam, 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 bam. Oh shit, you got me. I hate this guy. Damn it! How did that miss? It's a straight wood butt. No, man. Oh, he's mugging it. There you go. Get up, man. Ooh. Ah, no, there's nothing there.
That's it. Who's risen? The doe? Or the doe-eyed? Why would humans invent the concept of God? 1, for psychological needs, 2, for explanatory power, and 3, for societal cohesion. That'd get expensive, Jack, unless you're getting them free, like hotel Bibles or something like that. I remember one time, like, they handed out those little red Bibles in assembly one time. It's like bare of them. It's way too many. Fair play. I don't know which one's got more pages, the Quran or the Bible. What is the psychological need? Something like giving certainty where there's uncertainty. You know, that would reduce something like death anxiety. Don't know a lot about it, Sci-Fi Mitchell. I think I read one book about it. It was like, but it was from the perspective of like practicing monks. No, I don't. Like, there was a period of time like when I'd constantly listen to koans and like Zen stories because they're like I just like find them really interesting in terms of even like what's his name, like Aesop or something like that, fables. But in terms of what they actually do, I don't actually really know what they really genuinely think. I think I have like a very, very general view on it, if that. I mean, I don't know. No, I think humans came about through natural processes like everything else. To be fair, having a conversation about how the universe comes about or how humans come about really doesn't make any difference to whether gods exist or not. I think we end up like, well, not we, I think believers defer to those kinds of conversations because they don't have any substantial proofs for God. So it's kind of like a cope, the grasping at straws type of situation. But yeah, personally, I think humans come about through natural processes like everything else.
Speak thine heart's desire.
Humans fighting demons, all good, that's funny.
May the flames guide thee.
Alright, so give us your logic, Dr. Cookery, and which kind of creator are you gonna
Welcome home, Ashen One.
syllogize?
Speak thine heart's desire.
Christianity is not built based on love, bro. That's nice marketing and propaganda, but Christianity is not built on love. If you actually study Christian history, right, there's quite a little love to be found amongst actual Christians within their own communities and through their actions with other communities and the earth itself.
Welcome home, Ashen
Christianity is not love. It's not about love at all.
Speak thine heart's desire.
If you
Very well.
research Christendom,
Then touch the darkness
and the
within
things
thee.
that are actually expressed through Christianity,
Take
how
nourishment
many,
from these
like,
sovereignless souls.
towns, villages, artifacts, statues, museums they destroyed on the way, books they burned, people they unalived. It's not about love. It's about the expansion of the Christian religion by any means necessary. So it's not about love. Oh, I didn't, did I? That's the rapper. It's the patina. It's not the actuality. It's the propaganda. It's like, oh, religion of peace. Right, let's study your history. Okay.
How was that peace expressed? How was that love expressed? Yes. What's in the ideology produces the type of people that we're among. So, if that's what the ideology produces, then it'd be wrong to say that the ideology produces love. So, it's my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, but the minute Christendom begins, right, there are so many, like, even from like a British perspective, the atrocities carried out by the Roman Catholics on the Brits is what forced so many changes in the first place. Same thing with the French and the Spanish and the Italians, the Germanics. This is the period of Christendom that brought the world to its knees, basically, and not in a good way, like the Dark Ages and stuff like that, Spanish Inquisition, all these kinds of things. These are very like small plot points on the history. Things like the Papal Bull, Doctrine of Discovery, that would not be described as love. In fact, I think it was like 400, year 400 or something like that, when at a certain period of time, Christianity was being blamed for the demise of the Roman Empire. And I think it might have been Augustine of Hippo who put together a book called City of God, to argue against that fact. But most of the European world was saying actually Christianity is the reason we're in so much problems currently. Okay. And again, as it went on to expand into full-on Christendom, full-on imperialism, full-on colonialism, being one of the primary vehicles psychologically. So yes, you as a modern day Christian, it's like let's say your granddad was a Nazi, but not just like a scientist Nazi or like a bureaucrat Nazi. He was like actually in the fields, unaliving Jewish people. To you, he's just your granddad. So your view of him, just sitting there in the armchair, he's peaceful, he's loving, but the reality of granddad in his prime was horrible. It's the same kind of thing. It's not your fault for having that view, right? But if you're actually interested in knowing who granddad is, then you would know. You couldn't call granddad loving and peaceful, just like you couldn't call any of the three Abrahamic faiths loving and peaceful. Okay, that's just the reality. The ideology produces the type of people that come out of these religions, that do the types of things that they do. So there you go. I just use the Nazi example as because it's universally understood based on how Jewish people have like put together the literature and understanding around the Holocaust. So, just like how finally the UN's acknowledging the atrocity of slavery, it's easier to, let's put it this way, Nazi as a word and ideology is nice and neatly packaged through World War II history. So when you say Nazi, you know what you're pointing to. In the same way Nazis were terrible people, they were also people. So they had ideologies, they had values, they had existence as well. Right? But when you say Nazi in modern time, it points to a specific ideology and what comes with that. Whereas if I was to just say slavery, and then I would have to start picking out specific ancestors and slave masters. Let's say Lloyd's of London, right, one of the biggest insurance financiers of slave ships during the transatlantic period. If I was to say to you, Lloyd's of London, you're not going to associate it in the same way as if I was to say to you Nazi. Do you get what I'm saying? So Christianity is like Lloyd's of London and like Nazism. But like if you, like the current book I'm reading called The Unholy Alliance, Atrocity and Religion, right? The guy is literally, he breaks it down in the first part of it, how both Judaism and Christianity have afforded themselves what's called moral licensing to do these atrocities based on their past, okay? So they can maintain a veneer of innocence through what the faith preaches, but not the actual people that the faith produces. The faith actually produces the terrorists and the nationalists, the far rights, the enslavers. Right? That's the people it produces. But the book gets to carry a veneer of peace and love and harmony. Right? Same thing in Judaism, Islam and Christianity. It's called Unholy Alliance, so atrocities of religion. So yeah, things like that are really worth considering. But anyways, you don't care about that, right? Of course you don't. Start speaking the truth and the cockroaches scour. A little bit of light. It's a little light, man. You know, like that. But yes, those faiths produce those people. Right? You see them. You judge them by their fruits, as they say. Do 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 do. Do. What do you mean, what power do I draw from it? What does that even mean? It's a very skewed kind of view, if I'm being honest with you. Or maybe you're not talking to me. Who knows? Alright, good time to... Let's refresh it. Now we've got the Nazis running scared. See how the numbers dropped. Good. Let's refresh it for the next hour. Test, test. Check, check. I actually want to get some food. All this yapping, it's making me hungry. Cause probably should have ate that before we started. Unofficial DLC is funny. So is Christianity, right? Technically, they're both just adding on to Judaism. So they're both just kind of begging it, just like, oh, I like what you got going there. Let me copy that, add some stuff to it. What? The Jews did it too. I'm in Africa right now. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You love me, really. You're obsessed about me. Am I? You do know it's Easter Sunday, right? Talk about projection. Do you know, technically, most people who are considered rich and middle class and upper class in the Western world, specifically Europe, got there by actual government handouts, right? And when you think about how the riches of Europe, specifically Britain, was built up, it was literally by the free labour of African countries and American countries. So technically, for that whole period of time, Britain was on the dole. Free money for no work, no labour. Whilst the majority of English people did what exactly? Same thing in Spain, same thing in France, same thing in Portugal. So, if you want to have real conversations about your situation, you ain't gonna like the outcome. True lazy ones are black people. Cope harder. Your existence proves it. Cry more. Oh, what are you doing? Standing up scrolling? I suppose you're at work right now watching this YouTube stream, right? Dickhead. You can't deport me. I'm already in my country. Oh, imagine that. Using your little time of work to worry about me. How sad. Can't deport someone who's in their own country, bro. And what are you, bro? You're probably not even British. Like, most people who think they're British aren't. They're like Eastern European. And like, they're not actually British. They're probably Anglo. They're probably Germanic or something, bro. So I don't know what you're crying about. You're not a Brit either. You're a wannabe. Like, your granddad just got here after World War II, bro. Relax. You're not a Celt. You're not a Brit. You're a bigot. Real Celts and real Brits don't want you here either, actually, right? People who can trace their lineage back to the aristocracy, the lords, the serfs, right? They don't want you here either, actually. Right, so, no. Anyways, let's not get into that. Let's not get into British history with a racist bigot, right? Why am I wasting my time here? Let's leave him to it. Just leave him to it. No. From Normans to Scandinavians to Romans to Germans, the original inhabitants of the British Isles are what are called the Brit and the Celtics. The actual bloodline percentage of the original Brits is less than 15%, and it has been for hundreds of years. Less than 15%.
Aha, unkindled, are we? Welcome to my abode. I am Cornix, an old pyromancer. A crow
No way is the king, bro.
as you see now. But here we are, an encounter for the ages. I hear the unkindled make for fine.
Anyways, whenever you argue with these idiots, you end up in a bad place.
Pyromancies from this old man. Most wise. A chance encounter should not be squandered. To reiterate, I am Cornix of the Great Swamp. The pleasure is mine.
See you at the swamp, buddy. You definitely are an idiot, because I wasn't even talking to you. You just self-identified as an idiot. That's lovely. I wasn't even talking to you, yet you felt like I was talking to you. As they say, hit dogs hollow, right? What a fool. Wasn't even talking to you, right? You self-identified as the idiot I was referring to, right? You gotta love this shit. Can't make it up.
Like, oops. Put your foot in your mouth there. Proper out yourself, innit? In fact, let's just put you where you belong. It's like Foxtrot, yeah, pretty much. Not all of us, actually. Not everyone. But the ones that have actually looked into this stuff. What's your name, bro? Why is it blasphemous? Yeah, talking about all that like Germanic history put us into a little bit of a dead zone. You know, these people don't like bringing up their own histories. They do everything they can to hide it. Which kind of action should I consider, my brother? Which ones? You know it's deep when they gotta hide their history, bro. It's rough. It's rough. Bro, why do you so desperately want to speak to me after being blocked that you come on your other account? That says a lot about you. You should seek some therapy. Like, you don't know how to take no for an answer. Like, ugh. It's ugly. Okay. Right, so we want to go to the other side of the building. Jesus coming back. Was he even here in the first place? Was he here to leave and come back in the first place is the question. I mean, you obviously don't understand African history, if that's what you want to talk about. Again, it sounds like a major projection of your own history. I mean, yeah. Well documented as well. By people from your own countries. But yeah, sure, let's talk about it. Tell me about what you know. Enlighten us. Tell us. Tell us. Teach us. Oh, scholarly one. Yeah, besmirching the name of Jesus by having it as your username. It's crazy. Oh yeah, this is it's DS3. Going back to Elden Ring in a minute. I mean, in some ways, yeah, I would agree. I think there was a necessary point in our evolution, like when we was moving into polis and civilization, that we needed to figure out ways to organize people into certain groups. But I think we're past the point where the necessity of religion should be there. You know? I think we've long passed that point, so yeah, from that point of view you could say that. Bro, this guy is Cope. Oh my god. It's a crystal or a snow sword. Oh, it's all like frost. It's like a frosty sword. It's like
it's actually insane how many like proper like racist people are walking around on the planet. It's actually insane. Yeah, it's DS3. Alright, let's go to... Whee. So why don't you explain to us what the true nature of reality is? Why don't we start by defining what you mean by reality, if you actually want to have a serious conversation? Earth wasn't invented, bro. To be frank with you, like, I've been studying this and I've been trying to get like a handle on what it would entail. But at this point in history, I don't think it's actually possible for religion to completely disappear. I think the best we could hope for is, as like people who are outside of religion, is to help religious institutions reform by like showing a mirror to what their ideology produces, you know, helping them tackle the corruption within their own faiths and, you know, institutions. I think that's probably the best we could hope for, is to help them reform. Because if they were to try to approach it from inside of the faiths, all that would happen is what's happened historically. They'd split off into denominations, then you get more fundamentalist and extreme versions. And the same could be said if you was to try to actively push back against religion in a way where you push it underground, you would also create extremist groups within like religions. So I don't think, I mean, yeah, I'm being cautious when I say this, but I don't think it's actually possible to completely remove religion from society at this point, especially not in the Western world. So, like, the places that need religion gone out of their societies the most are the most impoverished, so they lean on it most. Think about like the developing world, basically. The reason they're in that situation is because the imperialistic vehicle that religion has been in their countries. They're the ones who would really need to remove religion from their society to have any chance in real progress, as Europe has had prior to it. Such a child. No, I've got no reason to think the Earth's flat. So there's no good reason to think that. Your religious delusions are insane. Delusions of grandeur are also insane. Bro is a bad one. Alright, so yes. Sorry, Lord, alright. Give me a sec, I'm gonna read what you said. So the question I asked you is, you said basically, we all think we know the truth of reality, and I asked you what you meant by reality, and how you can explain the truth of reality. So I'm expecting to see the answers to those questions in the comments, alright? Okay, so you failed to really answer that, right? What is considered reality is something that is not imagined, right? And again, you keep throwing around this word truth, and then you allude to your own subjective opinions. So you're not really doing a good idea. Like, you're not really expressing. I'm playing your game, baby. You know that song by Barry White? It's a great song. Bassline kicks as well. No, I would never accept a religion. I think I'd be ideologically opposed to any type of religion. And truth be told, like the current kind of, I don't want to say theory, but like the current analysis I'm trying to develop is that religions, there are only three religions and they all stem from the same faith, right? Which I would characterize roughly or like critique as being a Cerberus or Hydra. So the only three religions are Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. And why they would be considered in that way is because they're primarily imperialistic vehicles. So I'd be ideologically opposed to that in the three ways that the Abrahamics present their faiths and religions, so institutionally wise. Now within individual religions or religious texts, there are good things in there. There's good knowledge in there. Just like within institutions, there are good people in there. Like imperialism in simple terms would be like the practice of trying to expand your empire through colonialism. It's basically capturing lands and resources and peoples. But yeah, so ideologically I would be opposed to that. But within institutions there could be good people. Within faiths there could be good people. Within texts there could be good ideas. But what the actual overarching ideology prescribes is something I'd be ideologically opposed to. So I wouldn't ever join a religion. Like in the same way where I wouldn't join specific types of groups that have specific interests, goals and outcomes like that they want to achieve if they don't align with mine, you know. Oops. Oh, I survived. Oh, I nearly not, like that was a real big delay on that health bar, boy. I don't think I've ever been down there before. That delay took way too much time. It's a good thing we've leveled up. So give me a sec. Oh, there's a lot of them. I mean, it's not a good thing, right? If you think about it like this, right? Imagine you're just you're a native Brit or a Celtic or something. Then just one day you just mind your business, farming your land, right? You've got your beliefs, you've got your indigenous beliefs, you've got your language, you've got your foods, you've got your people. Then you look over the horizon, you see a bunch of boats coming from like across the channel, right? There's Germans, there's Scandinavians, there's Frenchmen, right? There's Italians and there's Romans, and they're all coming literally to enslave you, take your land, change your language, and instill their beliefs. I don't think you'd be very happy with that. So that's what's wrong with imperialism. Oh, that's cute, Teddy. You should be more careful with your gold chains. You know, God really values gold. So, who told you Africa was peaceful? No one said that. But there will be peaceful people and peaceful tribes in Africa. It's a continent. You know, it's bigger than Russia. It's bigger than Europe. So there's a lot of people there doing a lot of things, brother. It's like there's a lot of people in Europe doing a lot of things. So who told you that? It's just your racism jumping out of the seat. So you can't actually engage with the conversation intellectually. But it's okay. You could work on yourself and get that out of you. I think everyone has some kinds of xenophobic or racist tendencies. But if you let them rule you, then you're cooked. Yeah, so I don't know how he's telling me about Africa. What does that matter? Look, personally, there are different types of Satanism, so that's something you'd have to define. There's also different types of witchcraft, so that's something you'd have to define. But if you ask me in general, I don't think Satan exists, so you couldn't really praise him anyway. And if you're talking about witchcraft, I don't think magic exists, so you couldn't really be a witch or magician anyway. But if you're talking, like, you can also look at those two subjects pragmatically. Just like there's a pragmatic use for a fictional character like Yahweh or God, there's a pragmatic use for a fictional character like Satan or the devil. And in terms of magic, if you break it down to its like, you know, fundamental properties, what it's supposed to be, it's really just chemistry and psychology. So My parents created me. Who created you? Shroud of Turin's not real. It's a work of art. It's not, well, I say not real, it's not a religious art. Their parents, so on and so forth. Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't fear death? Death anxiety is a reality. We've come up with really like extravagant ways to reduce death anxiety, but because it's unknown and it's a reality that everyone has to face, there is some element of fear to it. But it's like that old Cus saying. Cus was a boxing trainer of Mike Tyson. He say fear is like a fire. You can cook with it, or you can let it burn your house down. When it's out of control, it'll burn your house down. When it's controlled, you can cook with it. You can make use of it as a tool. Same thing could be said with your death anxiety. So yeah. Don't think possessions are real. Don't think exorcisms are real. I think that's like an archaic view on psyche and on human in general. That's why today, where people still hold these superstitious views, they think something like an epileptic fit is a demon possession, or like a child born with autism is a demon. That's very stupid. Whereas if they studied human medicine, human psyche, human anatomy, they would know that that's not a possession. So no, I don't think they're real. Yeah, once converted in our minds, everything would be some kind of, we would conceptualize things that, put it this way, we would internally conceptualize external stimuli, or things like observation, sensory data, sounds, taste, touch, sight. But we still, well, at least I can speak for myself and some people who I think have minds too, we also have an inner world where we don't actually need external stimuli to think about things and conceptualize things in that world, which is the mind. Ooh, request absolution. Paying for my sin. Oh, look, you see that? You see that shit? Tell him again, son. You have not sinned. But jokes. Why is... Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying there. Harmful secular view. What is harmful is people actually operating in the world like that. Isaac, you should stop saying that, bro. No, there's no good reason why AI should scare me. It's just a tool after all. And it's like large language models are literally just drawing off the database that we provide them. So if an AI ends up being bad, it's because the people who trained it were bad, or they fed it bad information. Hence why a lot of weird shit is happening. But yeah, there's no reason to be scared. No. Right. If you're using the words objective morality, then you probably don't know what morality is in the first place. No. How are we going to get out of here? Got Homeward Bones. What's up, goat man? Do you mean who trained us is bad? Are you saying you're AI? Oh, explain it to me, bro. Why should I be scared of it then? How do you know he's real?
Wilt speak thine heart's desire?
I'm gonna get some lunch soon.
Very well. Then touch the darkness within me.
Writing in capital letters is super distracting. Makes me not want to read what you've written in the first place.
So there's no need to do that. Let's get up. Wait, I think Vitality is the one with armor in this, isn't it? Yeah, let's put that on. So you never told me why I should be scared of AI. Super AI student. What other account? Physically, it could one day choose to see. Oh, that's the thing. Is your name Emmanuel? I can't really read that like calligraphy typewriting you've got there. Obviously, it's obvious to me and you that humans invented God, but it's not so obvious to people who walk around believing God is real. So it seems worthwhile discussing. So why do you think we're God, Firewood? Fire up in that. Why do you think we're God, bro? You'll do whatever Jesus asks you to do. So when you say Jesus, are you talking about Jesus in a triune configuration type of Jesus? Oh, in the wrong place. It's meaning that Jesus is God and God is Jesus. Is that what you're saying? Or you just talk about Jesus as the man? Where did that fire link go? Yeah, but like the pollution and all that, obviously these are secondary concerns, but he said, like, he asked me, do I fear AI? And I was just like, no, it's just a tool. You talking about me, Garrett? Or you talking about Dig Gutterson? I think I know who Dig Gutterson is in real life. Some loser. But I might be wrong about that. Devil's advocate. Well, why don't you explain to me how an all-powerful God brings itself to existence? Would it have to exist first? But then again, like most of these kinds of thoughts, like these train of thoughts are mostly gibberish. Just because we came out of a bad idea and then we're going out of our way to like support a bad idea with more gibberish. It's literally where we're gonna go with this conversation. No, I wouldn't say all-powerful includes existence itself. That's just your definition of it. I think all-powerful... Anyway, so... That's what I mean. It's gonna be gibberish. It's not gonna make any sense. Well, I don't think that's true, right? I think it's certain psychologies and certain ideologies that permeate specific regions of the world which are destructive, and they're like pathogens. They spread to other people through propaganda, right? Through politics, through religion, through media. That's the thing that you have to attack. To attack the individual without dismantling the psychological part of the ideology is a waste of time. So it's not people that are inherently that we need to eliminate people per se. It'd be no good. Look, Hitler's dead ages ago, right? Most of the actual people who were in the Third Reich are dead as well, but Nazism still exists, doesn't it? So there you go. Just deleting the people isn't actually good enough. You have to break shit down. It's not easy to do. And again, I just use the example of
Schmittler and Schnazis, it's because it's a well understood reference point culturally of what that entails in terms of fascism. So that's why it's used that way. That's true, man did make religion, but they also made God. Yeah, I think we invented God, bro. Oh yeah, that guy's just on his other accounts, just jumping around, spewing hatred. It's not even worth paying any attention to. Like, anyone that gets blocked and comes back on another account has serious psychological issues. Yikes! Yeah, so I understand, like, from that point, user, if you're saying you're going to put AI in charge of making those kinds of decisions, but again, like, the data it's drawn from is what humans have put forth initially. Think about an AI like Grok, how Grok has been trained and operated based on the whims of the people who run Grok. Same thing could be said about ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or all of the most famous versions. They function. Let's not turn it back. So, put it this way: you could say an AI is like a person, has personhood in terms of how a corporation has personhood. The ideology that keeps the corporation running is its characteristics, but the corporation on paper is an entity, just like the AI on paper is an entity. What makes up its characteristics is the data set that it's running from, right, which is ultimately coming from humans. Now, yeah, if it reaches a certain point where it's like, you know, it has a mind similar to ours in some way, then yeah, you could say it's culpable for its own decisions and shit like that, but it's not really, because it's the corporation behind it that's responsible for it. Yeah, so you're talking about something that's not like common public discussion, right? When you ask me, I'm just referring to the type of AI that's available to the public to use. Depends, H, I don't know. It really depends. There are different answers to that question. What's up, Brie? Oh, Brie? Who stole my money? Dead. Oh, I'm hungry. Actually, that's what we need to do. Let's have a protein shake. I live in a video game, then how comes I can't just do whatever I want? Well, actually, that doesn't actually even follow. Forget I said that. But yeah. What do you mean by I live in a video game? Don't go there. I don't research things, just game in all life, right? Well, why don't you tell me your explanation of how the universe comes around, and we'll see who's more researched on it. Oh, thanks, Zach. Got my silly atheist badge. I feel like a proper Cub Scout now. be nice if the vertical YouTube could see the other chats. Like everyone on the vertical side can only see their chat, so like missing like 3/4 of the stream.
Another one of those unkindled, are you?
Yes, better
All
back.
you faceless undead, behaving as if you deserve respect. Now you're poking around in people's cells. How very noble. Ah. Taking an interest in her, have you? Well, she's a lost cause. Couldn't even become a firekeeper. After I brought her all this way and got her all ready. She's beyond repair, I tell you.
I'm gonna go for the double whammy unhealthy combination of eating jerky and protein shakes.
Couldn't even become a firekeeper. She's beyond repair, I tell you. The woman's a lost cause. Couldn't even become a firekeeper. She's beyond repair, I tell you.
Slanderous.
The woman's a lost cause.
Literally pressing the button with my toe.
Become a firekeeper. She's beyond repair, I tell you.
One more.
The woman's a lost cause. Couldn't even become a firekeeper. She's beyond repair, I tell you.
That doesn't even make sense. How do we create God? By using our brains. That's how we did it. It started as an observational thing, then it became an abstract thing, then we used both of those two things and mixed them with anthropomorphizing to create gods as we know them today. Yes, blow my mind. Doc Watatic. Watic, sorry. Deuce Watic. Mr. Beast, if you're listening, sponsor me, bro. I'm joking. I don't know when Jack Links decided to team up with Mr. Beast, but they've become Mr. Beast branded now. I don't know. To be fair, it might be a good thing because before some of the like jerky that I had was quite dry. Since they've updated the branding, they seem to be a bit more soft. It's a joke. Should I hit this guy?
What is it now?
Nothing. Okay, what has dragons got to do with the conversation? Yep, that's very true, Guillermo or Guillermo. Duncan, no one needs to believe in science, bro. No. Hi, what are you doing here? Old friend. What do you mean? Same way they write every other book. No, what if you just went through the Bible and just replaced the word God with something else? It'd be exactly the same. Bro. You're not a real Christian, bro. Anyone that's like, I'll pray for you, they're not really Christians, bro. He's fronting. Yeah, I'm gonna hit him with a frost sword too. He's got me. Yeah, he got me. Gods aren't real. Yeah, it is on me to decide. Jesus wouldn't say that. Jesus wouldn't say I'd pray for you. He would actually mock you for saying that. Well, look at Owen, so smart. Yes, I have heard about Sumerians. Jesus would definitely mock you, bro. What are you talking about? How about you stick around and let's read your Bible? Let's read your Bible on a Sunday, son of a bitch. No, I'm joking, excuse my language, right? But I'm dead serious, right? All that I'll pray for you shit. Grandstanding, virtue signaling. It's embarrassing. Where did I put that thing? What's today? Here it is, a groove slightly transformed. Alright, what does that say on the screen, brother? Matthew 6, 5 and 6. And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by others. Truly, I tell you, they have received their reward in full. But when you pray, go into your room, close your door, pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you. Little bitch. I'm just joking. Don't take the extra stuff. That's just for entertainment, right? But in all seriousness, as stated earlier in the stream, right, all this whole, like, when religious people tell you, oh, I'll pray for you, right, they don't take prayer seriously. They're actually admitting the impotency of their own belief system. It's used like as a cultural kind of jab thing, you know? But not actually like they believe prayer works, or else they'd be spending their time praying to change things in reality if they believe prayer actually worked, okay? But the reality is most people who are within faith don't actually think prayers work, because they just probably don't have any evidence of that being the case. But it doesn't upset me, right? I want the best for you. I want you to represent your religion correctly, or else you're just going to be called a lukewarm and mocked for it. You think you're saying one thing to me, but you're actually expressing something completely different. That's what I'm saying. Just trying to help you out. What do I care? Okay. Truly, if you believed in the power of prayer, you would actually be trying to actively shift the way the world works on a day-to-day basis. You take it wholly seriously. Not just so flippantly throw it around, I'll pray for you. You know, it's actually used like culturally as like a disrespect. I'll pray for you. So, that means you don't take it seriously. I'll use whatever words I want. You should have put the Bible in public domain if you didn't want the public to use it. There are some copyrighted Bibles that I won't use. For legal reasons. Nah, just playing, bro. With all due respect, right? It's not supposed to be a disrespectful thing, okay? It's just listen to what I'm saying as an internal critique. If you truly believe in the power of prayer and prayer actually paying off and working, you would be more concerned with praying for real changes in the world, like healing certain types of ailments, economic issues, warfare issues, your personal family life, your country, your politics, all these kinds of things that are way more important than telling a random stranger on the internet, oh, I'm going to pray for you, knowing in your mind that you're not going to pray for that person. So your words are like, they're empty, right? And they're designed to virtue signal, which makes you ultimately look like a bad person. Right? And I don't think that's the impression you were going for. That's all I'm saying. I think that's the image you were trying to paint with the idea of saying I'll pray for you. You know. That's good, Isaiah. Right? Now you should go and study what no true Scotsman fallacy is. It's real good. Good day, sir. Saying you've abdicated your duty to scrutinize me. Great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies. Good day to you, sir. See you later. Anyways. Like, only like 1% of the 1% actually understood that reference.
I help anytime. I help anytime.
So how would I know when the time comes? Because that sounds like to me you're saying, oh, you'll find out when you die. But if what we understand death to be is the cessation of all bodily functions, and the ability to know things, find things out, would cease with death, how could I find out? Have you considered that? So if it's actually an important subject to you, it would make sense to dedicate at least some portion of your life studying it to know, or at least find out as much as you can while you have the capacity to do that, right? Of course, Juice Water, right? Morals and ethics, they supersede any religious text, any type of God concept, okay? Morals are wholly put together by humans. People who don't understand that have probably the worst morals of us. If you think morals depend on God's existence, then you don't know what morals are. Ooh. Alright. There's no point even trying to get those points back. Now T, that's a crazy critique. It might not be a lie, right? There are other like interpretations that she was scraped by a Roman soldier of some kind. But even if that were the case, it still wouldn't make any difference to our reality that we exist in. It's just a story ultimately. Right? There's actually no evidence that gods are born, like humans are born as gods, you know, or born from immaculate conception. None of that stuff is actually proven to be a thing. It's just a story, maybe allegorical, maybe metaphorical. But so far as a concrete reality, there's no evidence of that being the case, ever happening. Nah, I disagree, no limit. AI would only be able to do what we've done already. Now, if you pair like really creative human beings with like an advanced library of human knowledge at their fingertips fast, and yeah, you might get some godlike scenarios that you might call godlike. But the AI on its own, I don't ever seen it being that. An interesting like critique of that idea is found in a game called Deus Ex. It's the Humankind or something like that version. And basically one of the missions, there's this church cult who are like all plugging themselves into this AI. It's also a critique on Christianity and AI at the same time, right? But they've got this apocalyptic idea about the world ending, so they all want to plug themselves into the AI. You know? That's a similar type of thing that you're pointing to, but as far as that being a reality, that the AI itself would be a god, it's unlikely, and it's wholly subjective to what you consider a god, anyways. Of course, what I was saying, what I was telling you about Deus Ex. I'm distracted. Soldier, that didn't happen. It's a lie. It's just a free bank holiday, bro. It's just prove God doesn't exist. Which God? I don't think time will tell, bro. It's been like thousands of years. There's never been proof of resurrection yet. So obviously time isn't telling. It's not telling. So, I mean, what do you want to do with that? I don't think we were created. Right? You're using what's called like circular reasoning or question begging. Yeah? You're asserting that there's a creator by using the word created. Yeah? That's not how that works. No, of course I don't believe in it. I think the devil is real if I don't think God is real. God and the devil are both made up. In fact, like devil as we understand it was introduced way later than after God's concepts were introduced. Oh, dead. Yeah, Yom Kippur. There isn't satanic stuff. That's the thing, right? That's your own like little persecutory delusion playing out. There isn't satanic stuff. Now there might be satanic symbology, but there is no Satan for there to be satanic stuff. What's up, dude? How you doing, bro? Yeah. Who cares what celebrities do? That's what I mean. Like, you spend too much time on the internet. You need to go out into reality, touch the grass, and speak to humans. Who cares? It's gonna be like Jay-Z, Rihanna, Illuminati videos next. It's like, who cares about them? Right, they're just humans like me and you. I gotta wake up, though, brother. You gotta wake up. Alright, so if your gods, if the concept of your god or the story surrounding your god contains some kind of contradiction, then by definition your god doesn't exist. I hope that helps, right? So if you would say something like your god exists outside of space, time and matter but created space, time and matter, then we can be sure that your god doesn't exist, because that would be a contradiction. Okay, then there are other types of lesser gods who aren't creators, you know, who are just conceptually flawed from the beginning, so we can be sure that they don't exist either. But if you want to go to the basis of the conversation that we're actually having, all gods are abstract concepts, psychological constructs, and don't exist independently of your mind. Okay? But if you actually think they do, as always, like, the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that they actually exist. But we've got plenty of evidence for humans being the ones who invent them, region to region, culture to culture, time after time. In fact, historically, there's never been one universal idea of what a god is. There's always been different concepts. And what do people do? We express our ideas with other people, and they add those ideas to their god concepts. I can't remember which switch we need to pull. He said, I said whatever you want to hear me say. Because the reality is, like I told that guy yesterday, you need to realise when speaking to people, most people in this world, they don't hear what you're saying, they hear what they think you're saying. So they will convert the actual words coming out of your mouth into something that they can understand. Now, depending on their intellectual capacity, that conversion of information might go terribly wrong. Okay, so if you keep that in mind, you'll never get upset about people's stupidity and how they react to speaking to you. Just consider that they don't actually understand what you're saying. The smartest thing would be to do would be to actually ask me to explain, instead of assuming you know what I'm saying. But it's up to you. I lose nothing for it. As I just said, I'm speaking very clearly, and still, you're not actually hearing what I'm saying. You're hearing what you think I'm saying. That was the point in it. And again, look, the fact that I had to explain that, just proves the fact to say that twice, just proves that. All right. But anyways, yes, I'm pretty convinced that humans invented God, but there's too much evidence for that being the case versus there being evidence of gods existing independently of us. There just isn't evidence of gods existing independently of us, unfortunately. I'm willing to hear your argument of necessary existence. I'm willing to hear it. It's an interesting title. Oh yeah, I do have proof. Proofs and evidences. Evidences being facts and information that support a claim. The claim being an explanatory one, that humans invented God. So yes, I do have enough or sufficient evidence to support my claim. So, when I use the word God in this context, I'm using it as a category definer for supernatural entities or deities. Okay, so if you start to speak about specific offerings of gods, or if you think about a classical theistic offering of a god, like an immaterial spirit, a disembodied mind, or a creator god, what's also known as the three-o god, omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, that's a specific type of god. But god concepts vary vastly, right? So it depends which type of god you're talking about. So when I use the word God, I'm using it to encompass all those types of gods, not just one. Alright, so there's something I was supposed to do up here, but I can't remember what. I need to go to that roof. Yeah, from a philosophical point of view, you would say if there are gods and there's gods supposed to be maximally powerful, then there would probably only be one from that view. Yes, that's correct. But the reality is, on Earth, in our actualized concrete reality, humans have produced thousands and thousands of god ideas and concepts. Okay, some are more robust than others. That's just what it is. Right, I'd be dubious of anyone telling you what happens or where you go after you die, considering the fact that they're alive. Right? You don't find that suspicious. It's like, I'm alive, you're alive, right? Billions and billions of humans have passed away, yet no one has been like, hey, do you know what's back here behind the wizard's curtain? Right? So I guess it would make sense to just abstain from saying what happens after you die. The best we could say is, what does it mean to die? Okay, and figure out that. But the basic definition is the cessation of all bodily functions. Now if you're like a materialist or a physicalist, you would say the mind is an emergent property of the brain. That means your ability to have consciousness or to experience would cease the moment your body dies. So from that point of view, nothing would happen. But if you're someone who has some other kinds of views on how reality functions, then maybe you think something does happen. But since we're both alive, what do we know? We're both alive still. So it's like with you, like hopefully you go before I go, and you can let me know what happens. Hopefully, right? Just keep this this conversation as a record in your memory. You can let me know what happens when we die. Is it? I only just beat this game last night, to be fair. This is the second run. So I think I'm around 100-ish hours as well. Yeah, 114 hours. But most of those are stream hours, so like they're proper dragged out. RV says, bet won't forget this. Yeah, just let me know, bro. It's like a... Try leave something concrete when you do pass over to the other side, so it would be mind independent and other people could verify it actually happened. If you could, it'd be nice. But like, shout out to Uncle Charles, y'all. Anyways, that's an old school joke that you probably won't get. Jack, what are you saying? Yeah, he did design that. He designed pubic hair to like prevent you getting sweaty balls, basically. Basically, right? He would have thought about that. Only thing he didn't consider was the fact that we was going to invent trousers and boxer shorts that fuck up your circulation. So there's that. I'm just playing. If guys on TikTok are like, what are you talking about? I'm talking to Avid Chats. Bro, you can't even prove you have free will. Again, that's another thing that, like, religion is just completely bastardized. You don't. Most people don't even have an understanding of what free will is. They just think free will is choosing stuff. It's not what free will is. It's mostly apologetics for what I think. I love the trend on TikTok as well. I'm using my free will to do da 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 da. No, you're not. Right, even if I did think free will was a thing, I still wouldn't say what you're doing is making use of it. Bro, alright, so in a comical way, right, it's been said before, if you think free will is a gift, right, you didn't have the free will to choose to have free will, okay? Alright, as comical as that is, right, you couldn't even choose to not have free will, okay, from your worldview, okay? But another ironic factor would be from a theological point of view or a religious point of view, right? You wouldn't be able to have free will under a God that's all-powerful, right? Not because God knows all things before they happen. It's simply this. Your will never be able to overpower its will. So anything that would happen would be because it willed it to. So it wouldn't be your will. But as some Christians might tell you, it's not my will, it's the Lord's will. Right? But then, like, some apologetics might be like, oh, the problem of evil, we need a scapegoat. Therefore, human nature, the devil, and free will. Right? But if you approach free will from a philosophical point of view, there are various takes on it, right? Even a scientific point of view. Okay, most, like, well, the darker views on it is straight determinism, scientifically and philosophically, whether you become a compatibilist or not. There are a large number of parameters in reality that are simply out of your control, meaning you aren't capable of expressing your influence over them. Okay. Things that make the very essence of you what you are, you have no control over those things. Those things influence the more trivial things like your day-to-day choices. You just don't. You guys just don't read, so you don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I'm not telling you to be nihilistic or, you know, throw yourself at rocks and stuff like that. Or other people at rocks, for that matter. Why is it the worst place to discuss this? I have fun. For as much as I can get out of it. But I think you have fun going away thinking about these ideas too. Alright, anyways. Yeah, that's why it's called a joke, right? It's an internal critique of the religious view, right? If you're saying God bestowed you with free will, you didn't have the choice to have the free will. It was his choice. That's the joke part of it. Okay. Yes, Brandon, I feel I have the capacity to change my mind, my beliefs, my views on things, as I've expressed that capacity before. But do you have the ability to change my mind is the question. Do you have the facts and information to support that kind of change? No, you don't have the free will to do whatever you please. You don't even have the free will to do whatever you please within the physical limits, like obeying the laws of physics. You can't even do what you please. That might make you feel like more comfortable how life is, but the reality is you don't have any control. Right? The ball was set rolling before you even got here. It will continue to roll when you're gone. Okay. Like as a standard definition term, a non-philosophical definition, free will is the capacity to act unrestrained or unconstrained by necessity or fate. So, at one's own discretion. Right? The capacity to act unconstrained by necessity or constraint. Sorry, these birds are getting to me. Right, yeah, so being able to act free from the constraint of necessity or fate is not the same thing as being able to make a choice. Within a deterministic structure, you can have various different choices, lots of choices, but the structure, the parameters are already predetermined, meaning the beginning, the end, and what you can do within them circumstances are determined. Things like your biology, your anatomy, okay? Things like how electrons function, those things are predetermined, out of your control. So, choice is not necessarily synonymous with free will. If you actually had the capacity to express free will, that would entail some choices, of course. So a very simple example of what that might look like would be the ability to act uninfluenced by anything else. That is free will, right? Or that is a free will. Okay. But as far as I'm aware, no human is capable of doing that. Yeah. But yeah, like the very like popular understanding of free will isn't free will, it's just choice. You're talking about choices. Yeah. Alright, so exactly, it's a waste of time. It is really a waste of time. Yeah. Free will isn't just choices. Yeah. Having the power to make use of free will would entail making choices, but making choices alone is not free will. That's like a part but not the whole. Does that make sense? Right, you don't get what, you shouldn't even be having this conversation. Oh my gosh. Alright, let me give you a visual example actually. This usually helps people, okay? So I'm playing this game right now, alright? This game is a pre-programmed game. Zeros and ones, right? It's let me just kill this guy quickly. Right, it's running on the hardware known as a PS4, right? Various circuitry and stuff like that, right? It's already put together. The parameters are decided, right? So the zeros and ones of the game that is Dark Souls 3 it's already programmed, right? The physics of how the world functions is already programmed. The beginning of the game, being that Dark Souls is a linear game too, is already predetermined. The end of the game, being either completing it or dying, is already predetermined, okay? The amount of attack patterns I can carry out are also predetermined. But here's where it gets interesting, right? As an RPG game, like a roleplay game. Do you see the amount of items I can hold at any given time, right? Weapons, armors, rings, magic spells, items, etc. There's enough of them to make thousands of different combinations of choices. I can choose to switch this to that, or to that, or to that, right? And I can give myself thousands of choices within these preset parameters already, okay? But that doesn't mean my NPC or my character has the free will to act outside of the parameters of the pre-programmed game. So within the parameters of the pre-programmed game, I can make choices, right? But that doesn't entail the free will of my character. Do you understand as a visual representation of that? Now there's no map in this one. That would help a lot. If it was playing Elden Ring, it'd be easier. But yes, all kinds of choices can be made within a predetermined structure. Okay. So that means choice is not synonymous with free will. Right? Free will would be the ability for my character to act uninfluenced by the parameters of this game, like some Wreck-It Ralph shit. He could just step out of the game, into my menu, and into that game. Right? That is uninfluenced in a comical way. But he can't do that, right? Because it's already patterned. Right? It's already set up. In the same way, your life is already patterned and set up, genetically, environmentally, systemically, psychologically. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. course, bro. I literally still play my PS2 and my PS3, right? I'm not like you. You're a mindless consumer. What year did you buy your PS5, bro? You should think about that. I'm not comparing a computer game to my life. I'm giving you a visual analogy to help you understand, a visual aid to help you understand the conversation. In fact, if there's anybody in this side of on this conversation that's comparing life to a computer, it would be you on the side of Christianity or faith. Right? You would say your existence is analogous to an NPC. Right? I'm trying to explain to you, no, you're a little bit more than that, but you still function within predetermined parameters. No, there is no outside of space-time and matter, bro. At least not for us, anyways. Where is outside of space-time and matter? When is outside of space-time and matter? Okay. Is it even a coherent question? Gene, you're gonna eat my shorts. That's what you're gonna do. Whole lot of them. Clips and clips and clips. J-Dot, if that's what you got from the conversation, that's probably the realm in which you should stay. I don't know what I'm saying, alright? Sure. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say there, psychoanalyze, right? Explain it in a different way. It's not a who's predetermined these factors, bro. It's not a who. Well, I haven't got good reason to think it's a who. Sure, right, sure. We don't know, therefore God cutting edge, right? I'm sure that's the line of reasoning you got there. No answers, therefore God. So it's very useful. Right, there's different ways you can arrive at a deterministic view. You could say, if like a model of the Big Bang is true, that everything that was ever going to be and will be was already predetermined from the moment of the singularity expanded. Right? From that point of view, all things were already decided in that way. Right? So the parameters of your anatomy and how the planets form, the solar system, right? Space, time, matter, all of those things were already decided at that point. From that point of view, you could say, yes, it's all determined and pre-programmed. Right? But it doesn't matter to me. I'm not the one who's trying to like wiggle my way out of the problem of evil by using a philosophical concept like free will. That's something you're trying to do. Okay, that's your own internal issues to deal with. No, you're not telling me my worldview psychoanalysis, right? I acknowledge the topic of determinism is more nuanced than simply that. I do acknowledge that. Right? And there's lots to know about it that I don't know about it. But in simple terms, what I'm saying is pretty correct. Right? Choice isn't the same thing as free will. To simplify the concept of free will to merely just making choices would be incorrect. Why are you calling God a him? It's more evidence that it's humans that invented it. The fact that you refer to God as a him.
Oh, hello. How do you do? I am Anri of Astora, unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lord's
Oh man. Turns out you're the one who don't know what they're talking about.
Sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion.
Aww.
Yet is the
So
cathedral
cool of an
key.
all-powerful, all-knowing God.
We seek the cathedral.
Hey, let me
Holy
become a
Grim
human
Altar.
so I can understand them. But wait, I know everything already there is to
There are
know.
separate ways now,
And I made them.
but we are both seekers of Lord.
Your
The
logic
next
just...
time we cross
Logics.
paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the flames guide your way.
Of course. Who else sniffs that? Like, who doesn't sniff their own farts, right? Do you, like, always fart and then run away? I bet, like, the poo particles follow you and you smell it anyways. Like, who doesn't smell their own farts? Really and truly, you're the only person that should smell your own farts. Who doesn't? Like, what did you think, that was profound or something? It's like, may your poo particles follow you to the grave. Oh my gosh. Now, huffing other people's farts, like, yeah, that's called brown nosing. That's not the kind of thing you want to engage in. No, so, well, I can't say no. I'd say that's your position on what free will is, psychoanalyze, right? I'm operating from a standard definition of free will, which is the ability to act unconstrained by necessity or fate. Necessity, right, highlights the fact that things are already in play, right? And fate highlights the fact that there is it's heading to a point or a pinnacle. Okay, that's the definition of free will I am using. Right? That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So, the ability to act unconstrained by necessity or fate or at one's own discretion. That's the definition I'm using. Not a philosophical definition, not a personal definition. A standardized definition is what I'm using. Doesn't matter what you want, or haven't your parents told you already in life you don't get what you want? That's not my own definition. Take my words for word and go and search it right now and see if that's not the exact definition that you get. The ability to act unconstrained from the necessity of fate. No, the ability to act unconstrained by necessity or fate or at one's own discretion. That's the actual definition. Okay. Almost word for word. First playthrough, these guys were smashing me up. And they still are. Ooh. Annoying. But that was the point of the internal critique, right? You couldn't have free will as you're using it in apologetics. If you subscribe to the God of the Bible, you wouldn't be able to have free will under that paradigm. And again, right, why does all of this conversation happening? Because the poor conceptualization of what takes place in Genesis, and then the Christian reinterpretation of Genesis. Okay? Genesis as a story starts with the Sumerians, the Mesopotamians, then passed down to Babylonians and Israelites. Okay, within the Israelite or the Judaic reading of Genesis, what's it called? The fall or the sin, I forget what it's called again. Right? That first sin, that's not part of their dogma. It's not part of their interpretation. Right? That's actually something that was added after the fact. But it's Christian apologetics that tries to smooth over that problem with things like free will. Right? Also trying to smooth over the problem of evil with things like free will. So they shift the blame from the all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God to the individual human and the nature of the human. Okay? But it's not actually in there like that. You won't actually find free will anywhere in the Bible. No, psychoanalyze. That is not what's happening at all, bro.
using a standardized definition for a public discussion makes more sense than using specialized definitions. Yeah, in a way, right? If you walk around with a God concept in your mind, then it exists in your mind, right? If you're just using the word exists, like, just loosely, then yeah, God is in your mind, sure. But as so far as it being an agent, having any kind of causal power, it doesn't. It's just something that exists in your mind. So yeah, the minute you invent a God, then yeah, it's there in your mind. The minute someone else tells you about their concept of God, there it is in your mind. But had there been no external stimuli or influence, the thing you come up with may not be considered a God. It is standardized. I told you already. Google it for yourself, Psycho. Right? Google it. The ability to act unconstrained by necessity or fate or at one's own discretion. That's a standardized definition. Right? Yep, that's a good point, Sand. It's a very good point. Because humans love to trick other humans so they can get more power. No, not necessarily. That is a good point, though. Human babies do tend to they seem to be like the only creatures that can't function on their own. But if you follow like the trail of evolution, then humans come from other types of, well, not species, but other types of creatures, really. So there was always something to look after them when they reached that kind of phase of evolution. I'm definitely not Muslim, bro, but let's try. Rasputin, now that's a mad guy story right there. I think I remember some of his story. That's a mad story, that guy is. Yeah, if you're talking about free will in like a legal setting, then that entails other things. Like, legal language is different than like standard common person language. Legal definitions are different than common definitions, bro. And to be frank, right, if you're like one of those people like interested in linguistics and language and stuff like that, there are various different types of dictionaries that have various different definitions of the same word. If you study something called etymology, the origin of words, you will see how they change over time culturally. And that relevance does matter to how you use them today. So you'd be like, don't get me wrong, if we were both solicitors and looking over a case, and it makes sense for us to use legal language and legal definitions, but we're not. We're normal civilians having a civilian like conversation. So we use standard definitions, so when I'm pointing to something, you've got an understanding of the thing I'm pointing to. No, I haven't studied those. I'm aware of the division in like Shia, Sunni interpretations of Islam, but I haven't studied them. I'm not really intended. I have no intention to be honest. Yeah, right, because a legal system operates on oughts, right? But how it's actually practiced is who can have the best interpretation of it, of the law, of the statute, of the regulation, of the amendments, whatever they call them, right? There's various different compartments to law. But that's why the legal definitions are important, because the whole point of practicing law is to have the best interpretation, to win the best outcome for what you're trying to achieve. But the reality is, with law, until somebody does something and it gets voted on to be added to the law, right, it exists in the common world, and then it gets like broken down and conceptualized into law language. But why are we talking about that? Doesn't really matter. So do you think a car is analogous to the universe or a human? Remember what I said earlier on? Right, when the guy was like, oh, so you think life is like a computer game? No, but people who are walking around using God to explain reality think that they're exactly the same as the NPC in the game. Hence why they do things like the watchmaker analogy, an inanimate object clearly produced by humans, which we can presuppose exist, clearly knowing how humans made watches, which we can presuppose, that is not analogous to a god producing humans, organic, sentient biomatter. Like, it's not the same as a watch, is it? Or the planet for that matter. So why would you think it works that way? It's not about the complexity of something. Truly, complexity is only relative to your understanding of the thing. Okay. For instance, another important thing about language: the greater your vocabulary, right, is the more clarity and precision you can have when analysing reality or looking at reality. So the more language or vocabulary you have access to is the clearer you can see the world. An example of this would be average person who drives a car versus a mechanic and an engineer. Average person pulls up the bonnet of the car and looks at all the wiring, all of the plumbing, all of the engine, the pistons, all of these things. They don't have the vocabulary nor the understanding of how these mechanisms work. So to them, as they pull up the bonnet, it's extremely complex. The mechanic pulls the bonnet and he says, oh, that's just the cylinder does this, all right, that's the cooling tank. It's the simple stuff to the mechanic because he has the vocabulary and the understanding, right? So bringing it back to the main point of the conversation, complexity doesn't just imply creation off the bat. Example, a real naturalistic example. Every single snowflake that's ever formed through the history of the earth has been different to another snowflake. Each individual snowflake is complex and different in terms of patterns and fractals. Why does it happen? Not because a mind willed each snowflake to be different, because how the crystals form. So complexity doesn't imply creation in a semantic circular reasoning way you're implying it does, right? You're using like a very silly linguistic trap saying there's a painting, therefore there's a painter, right? Reality doesn't work that way. That's a semantic circular reasoning or question begging way of thinking. You're implying a conclusion, right? You shouldn't do that. Hence, the world or the earth isn't the same as a watch. You didn't just come across a watch, right? You haven't got background data for gods existing and how they produce the things that they produce, right? What are the mechanisms in which a god would use as an immaterial spirit, as what we understand gods to be, to produce a physical material reality. So then the god is not analogous to the human who makes the watch. Okay? A god making a planet isn't the same as a human making a watch, or a car, or a board game, or anything of that matter. Right? Do you see the problem? You shouldn't. It's like, I understand why, right? It's if from a psychological point of view, it's called a habit of thought, right? Which people think they come to these understandings because they don't have. It's long. Thinking like that is called a habit of thought, right? But it doesn't mean it's correct. But yo, it's getting too serious, isn't it? Yes, of course the painting does need a painter, right? As we understand it, how it functions, what is the background information of painting something. There will be paints, there will be colours, there will be brushes, there will be canvases, right? There'll be humans, there'll be hands, there'll be subjective expressions of artisticness, or art. So that's all background information that lets you in your mind hold the image of what a painting is and a painter does. Okay, but you don't have that same kind of presuppositional power for what a god is and what a god does. Right? Oh my gosh. It's so cheeky how people think, right? It's like, how have you gotten this far in life? I'll just play it, but yeah, like, no man, that's not how that works. Nah, I'm good though. It's not even just a matter of skepticism. There's just too much evidence of us being the ones who devise concepts of gods, whereas there's no evidence of gods existing outside of humans, outside of human like cultures ever. I've tried not to get too like bringing up things on the screen to explain this stream, but we can go there if necessary. But in simple terms, if you had to explain it to a child, historically, there's never been one universal understanding of what a god is. No one in human history has ever gone out into their native land and discovered the god of another land, much less discover a god on their native land. Gods are produced for the cultural needs of the people who produce them. There are three main phases in god creation. The first and most prominent phase of gods, which you'll find across regions and across time, is the power that humans possess to assign agency to things, using what's called hyperactive agency detection device. So far as gods existing without us, there's no evidence of that. This has been a long stream, hasn't it? Is the fighting too loud? Hopefully you can hear me. Talking about guys are like insane projections and copes all through the chat. Remember, this is like episode 340 something maybe. So it's like, no disrespect, but most of you ain't saying anything unique that all of us who have been here for a long time haven't seen said already. So like, no disrespect, but you're not introducing anything refreshing or uniquely interesting to the conversation. You're just actually espousing the same typical misconceptions. Why wouldn't I be? Do you mean, yeah, actually, I'm not even going to critique you as an individual. Who's to say what you are or who you are? But I appreciate your input. That's a good point, Beagle. Very good point, right? Turns out Christian hell doesn't actually exist anyway, so you're all clear on that front. But you might end up in Greek hell or Hebrew hell, which is kind of just a grave. You should probably be in anyways. kind of inescapable, but shit. Bing, bang, bang. I mean, there's lots of cognitive benefits of playing games versus sitting down and watching TV or scrolling. There's lots of cognitive benefits. I find playing games psychologically stimulating, always have. I'm a bit ADHD, that's why I'm playing a game and talking to you. But yeah, if I had to choose between gaming and watching TV or some mindless, nonsense, I'm taking gaming every time. At least I'm actually physically active, psychologically active, I'm problem solving, I'm moving my mind, I'm exercising it. But trying to explain that to some people is crazy. No, there is a limit. There is hard limitations, like when there's like diminished returns, if you will, playing games where it does get into an unhealthy place. That's a fact, for real. But that isn't where we are currently. I'm getting value while exchanging value playing the game. So it's a healthy balance. But you're probably taking this shit right now. Not that you should be, right? Because battle movements are definitely important the older you get. But to say that you might be doing something more productive than me while critiquing me playing a game is quite unlikely, because you're watching me do it. Just putting it out there. Anyways, bro, you. All right, so explain to us why you think God is truth. Oh, these two. Do you think I'll be able to take them? Why do you think God is truth, right? What are the parameters you're using to determine truth? Oh, they're still tough, even on second one. I'm cooked. Ooh. Ugh. It's not a matter of thinking he's not real. I'm simply telling you humans invented God. God is fundamentally an abstract concept. So it's not about thinking he ever existed to not be real. It's just that humans invented him, so to speak. So he's real in the sense that he's a made-up character that has some pragmatic uses and sometimes nefarious uses. He's not real in the sense as he's some kind of entity or an agent. Ooh. I think that's kind of what people fail to understand about the conversation in the first place. So the conversation isn't even about atheism when you really think about it. Although I would be atheist to all God concepts. It's not even about atheism. Humans invented them using their mind, primarily. If it's an abstract concept or an immaterial idea, the only realm in which a God exists is in your mind until you express it through language or through artifact or art of some kind. Whether that's writing it down, creating a carving, creating a mega structure or some kind of, architecture, sculpture, some tapestry, pottery. Gods are primarily psychological and they express through different forms. The only reason me and you today know about gods of the past or other people's gods is because they've transmitted those concepts through language and through artifacts. Okay, but me and you today could sit down and come up with our own definitions and ideas of what gods can be and will be going forward if we chose to, just like our ancestors did. Okay, but like I said, so far as there being evidence of gods existing without us producing them, there isn't any. Yeah, even though, right, talking about how the world comes about still has little to do with your God. Right? For an example, right, there are God concepts which don't entail the God creating anything, yet it's still powerful. Right? So with that possibility, right, in mind, it's possible that we can live in a world where gods exist and they still didn't create the universe. The Big Bang still happened, abiogenesis still happened, speciation still happened, evolution still happened, and there still be gods. Those things are possibilities, okay? But you, as like a God believer in a common sense, you're pointing to the existence of the universe and lives as proof of your God. But you're not able to demonstrate when or how or if your God actually did that. Okay? That's a terrible way to think. Even if I was to grant that having ideas of God isn't too bad, right? It's just a bad way to think. So that's the problem there. It depends, right? Asking what caused the Big Bang could potentially be an incoherent question. I'm not here to discuss the Big Bang, to be frank with you, right? Because it's not my job to make claims about how the universe came about. But you should know this, that there are definitely different models of how the Big Bang works or functions, right? The most popular version of the Big Bang being the singularity. It's literally one hot, dense state, like expanding into the universe as we know it. Then the other currently popular version of the Big Bang is the ekpyrotic version, or the big bounce, big crunch. That's continuous explosions and contractions. So one is cyclical and one is just like a singularity, a single thing happening. Okay? But either way, right, none of that has anything to do with whether your God exists or not. That's a cope on your end to talk about that as if it has anything to do with God. That's God of the gaps. You're saying, I don't know, science doesn't know, therefore God. Right? 100 years goes by, people do mathematical calculations, they learn more, then the goalpost moves. We don't know this now, therefore God. Right? That's all you're doing. You're not helping to solve any kind of mysteries or add anything to the field of knowledge in any way. It's just moving the goalpost, saying, I don't have proof of God. So whatever people don't know currently, that's God. That's what you're saying. People have been doing that for hundreds of years. Man, we've been on the stream for a long time, haven't we? I mean, alright, so if you want to talk about love, what's your definition of it? He is bread. Oh my gosh, see? You don't know what you're talking about. What gives you reasoning to think that it's God? It's such a mugged game, actually. It's like a circular rat trap. Just round and round and round in the same silly reasoning. And what is the point? Why would this be disrespectful, Yuri? That is how fascism creeps into our society, right? Through both the left and the right. I don't like what you're saying, so you shouldn't be allowed to say it. I'm sorry, but nothing is above critique, bro. Not even your God. There are no, like, sacred cows. No sacred religions or anything like that. Right, because it impacts people. If something that happens or occurs in your mind spills out into our wider society and starts to affect our wider society, which it has for thousands of years, then it's the society's right and members of the society's right to critique it and combat it if they feel it's the wrong thing. That's why it's worth speaking about. Okay, but it's not that I'm doing that, I'm trying to combat it. It's that I'm simply having a conversation publicly. Okay. But just thinking because it hurts your feelings or you don't like my opinions that I shouldn't be able to have that opinion is a fascist point of view. Okay? But why don't you tell me why it hurts your feelings? And then maybe we can come to a better understanding. Or if it's actually just your like sensibilities, all this kind of weird stuff. So why don't you explain it to me, Formless? But the ontology, teleology, cosmology. Why don't you explain it to me, bro? Etiology. Epistemology. Explain it to me, G. Come now. I want to learn too. Epidemiology, that's crazy. I don't even know if that's a thing. Like, hands up, I don't know. I'm just saying stuff that endology. Trolling, man, don't worry. So it's a semantic argument, Ben, right? They're using creator, right, to imply, they're using creation to imply a creator, right? If you're just speaking speaking plainly, you could say something that comes around naturally, right, being without any intervention by a mind, would also be created, right? But the way they're using created is to imply the existence of some agent or mind that creates stuff, e.g. a god, which is largely circular or question begging. That's why it's a problem. It's It's just cheap. So what might those entities be that created us? That is also a possibility on the table, though. That's the irony. Okay? In the same way when people are like, oh yeah, I don't believe in that religious God, I'm more spiritual, I believe in a higher power, then you start to like pin at that question, what is a higher power? That can entail any number of things. Like, for instance, like just a side note, we need to change our armor. Doesn't matter. That's it. For instance, something like the Kardashev scale, which is primarily science fiction, right? The Kardashev scale was basically just saying like there are various levels of like civilizations. They rate them on different power levels, like being able to harness the power of a star, etc., etc., right? So within that like science fiction kind of paradigm of the Kardashev scale, right, there would be things that are considered higher beings to humans. So if you want to say, oh, I just believe in a higher power or higher beings, right, that could be anything. That's just as wildly out there as saying it's a god anyways, right? It's not really any different, right? So like someone says, oh, I believe a higher power created everything. What do you mean? It's like a sufficiently advanced civilization of some kind, maybe aliens. Like, what does that mean? Okay, do you mean like spirits and ghosts, or like supernatural forces? What do you mean by higher power? In the same way, like, it's just woo, right? With all due respect, it's not impossible though, but it's ill-defined. But hey, what are those other entities that you're describing that made us then? Well, the reason why I think it's just considered science fiction is because it's not actually produced by scientists or in any like meaningful way. I think I could be wrong about that. But I think the Kardashev scale was considered just like a science fiction type of thing. Is it possible that we might end up being like a civilization that can harness the stars' power? Who used to say? So I don't know, but I don't think. I mean, what are they comparing it to? Like, have they found other civilizations to cook this up with, or are these civilizations based on like just conjecture and just fantasy? So how do you know you caught spirits on your like? So actually, that brings back a memory, right? One time, this guy was like, "Oh, I caught ghosts on camera," right? And he started playing the footage, right? It just turns out there was just like really big dust particles. So why don't you tell us what this entails, right? Of you finding spirits on camera? Like, no, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at that situation. But me personally, I don't think spirits exist like that. I think it's a possibility again, like to invoke like a pop version of philosophy in a modal way. I think it's possible, but I don't think it's actually like that. But what do you mean by spirits and souls and shit? Bro, most people who run around espousing things like this is the truth and this is love don't understand what love is, or like people the same misconceptions surround morality as surround love, right? Hence why we live in such an effed up society. Okay? So what do you mean by love? Okay? Things like that you should consider. Just using words without actually considering what it entails. Orbs, yeah, exactly. That's the same kind of thing. Orbs, they usually turn out to be large dust particles. If you've got a good camera, you'll see some dust particles, bro. Even on a shitty webcam, excuse my French, you'll see dust particles that could be considered orbs. Well, not particles, but yeah, they're dust. Big enough to see. But I don't know. Maybe your orbs are actually ghosts and spirits, but what is the reason to think they are ghosts and spirits and not just something that happens, just some physical thing? I mean, yeah, I call it dust. I don't know. YouTube is crazy. I don't know if that's true, tremendous, right? I don't know if that's true, right? Like, different substances probably would behave differently, so there's that. But again, what's the reason to automatically jump from this obviously physical thing to being something supernatural? What is the reason to do that? That's what I'm trying to understand, thinking in that. Because what you're recording is clearly physical. And the other, like, very, like, not very, but like, the other comical view is this, right? If ghosts and spirits exist, think about how many billions of living things have passed away historically. There'd be ghosts everywhere, specifically in highly dense populated cities and stuff like that. You wouldn't be able to go into any house and into any place without there being ghosts there. So, what is the reason to think that this physical orb has anything to do with some supernatural ghost or spirit? I'm gonna fight a difficult boss in a minute. But you have to get to them first, bro. I'll just spawn them in. I mean, I've read a little bit about the Wittgenstein, but I don't know a whole lot about him. A lot of philosophers actually hate the shit out of him, interestingly. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot about him. Jesus ain't knocking on anyone's door, bro. Man, if Jesus actually was a real person, he would hate to see how humans be using his name in vain. Like, he'd be up in heaven like, I didn't say that. I didn't do that. Why are you just lying all the time? Like, come on, bro. Let the guy rest in peace. I was about to say, for Christ's sake. It's ironic. That was actually funny, actually. For Christ's sake. Let the guy rest in peace, man. Can't be throwing his name out in vain all the time. It's a peak world view. Well, yeah, I know very little, right, in all honesty, right? So, yeah. Just keep it simple. No, he's not one of the most well-documented people. What are you talking about? Literally, all of the stuff that you're referencing is people writing stuff about the Bible. They're not writing stuff about him existing in life. Right? In fact, like, most of the things that are written about him in the Bible are by people who never met him. Me and you could decide to take it upon ourselves to write an essay every day for the next 10 years about any given topic. Right? We could just decide to write an essay every day for the next 10 years about Harry Potter. Then we could say at the end of the 10 years, look, we've got like 20,000 essays about Harry Potter. Right? But what does that have to do with the truth of Harry Potter existing? Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay? And no, I'm not lying. If you didn't know that, now you know. Most of the people writing about Jesus in the New Testament never met him. Okay? I'm not surprised you don't know that. It's like that's not supposed to be a well-kept secret or anything. Oh my gosh, don't lie like you don't know their personal lives. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're an idiot. With all due respect, I say that lovingly, but that was a very idiotic thing to say. You don't know their personal lives. Oh my gosh. That's funny. I know, Beagle. I know. That's the thing, right? The most documented person in history. What are you talking about? Wait until the next like 100 years and see how much they're talking about your boy Adolf. Do you know how much books? I even own a book on the guy, right? How many books and documentaries been made on that guy? A whole lot. He hasn't even been dead 100 years yet. So Jesus is cooked in the long run in terms of competition. What are the standards? Yes, writing about something, right, from hearsay is not the same thing as meeting a guy and then writing about your experience meeting him, bro. It's not relevant to the conversation in terms of documenting actual events. It's not relevant at all. Okay? Not even in a cumulative case way is it relative. You can write a whole lot about something and still not be involved in the thing yourself. Right? For instance, like when people cite Josephus and Tacitus and stuff like that. Right? They didn't meet the guy, bruv. Okay? Like, that's another conversation as well. This is well-known stuff. What are you talking about? I can explain what I mean by humans inventing gods after I get to a safe space. Oh, I remember this now. There's like 3 bells or 3 fires or something like that I need to do. Abraham Lincoln, right, is someone that has contemporaries that wrote about him. Right? He even has living ancestors, I think, right, or surviving family members, so to speak. I always forget the word, like predecessors. I'm gonna have to let that up. But yes, Abraham, look, here's another way to simplify this, okay? People love to do this comparative kind of thing between the character that's talked about as Jesus Christ, right? And people like Napoleon, people like Abraham Lincoln, people like George Washington. Right, so let's just get this clear and out of the way early, okay? The historicity for a character as described as Jesus Christ in the New Testament is wholly different to a character or a person like Napoleon, right? Napoleon isn't said to be God, right? He didn't do anything magical. He was just a general, a human. Abraham Lincoln isn't said to be God. He didn't do anything magical. He's just a person, a human. So the historicity of what you would look for to prove the existence of a Napoleon is different than the existence of a Jesus Christ. Now, as a side critique, Jesus Christ as described in the New Testament isn't actually the same as Yeshua ben Joseph, a normal Jewish guy, right? Plenty of myths and magical things surround the tellings of Jesus Christ as the guy in New Testament, but not so much the guy called Yeshua, just a normal guy, an ideologue, a Jewish priest, if you will. Okay, the historicity for a Jewish priest is akin to the historicity for a Napoleon. The historicity for a guy that claimed to be God that did magic is different. You start out disbelieving a guy like that exists until proven he exists. Whereas you can give the benefit of the doubt to assume a guy, which is a normal guy and a general like Napoleon, actually existed. And then you go about finding supporting evidence to conclude that. Whereas coming up with the idea, or whereas saying a god man existed and starting off just believing that, right, because that comports with reality, would be stupid. Okay, so don't compare Jesus Christ as spoken about in the New Testament with Abraham Lincoln. They're not even the same category of humans. Right? One is, you're actually saying one is like the first real life superhero. It's not the same historicity. Like, we don't need like, oh, what the fuck, what are we doing here? Okay. Like, I'm not telling you what to do, but stop saying that because it sounds stupid. Okay. If you're trying to say Jesus was an actual person that lived on our planet, right, and you are simultaneously saying he is God incarnate, the evidences that should support him being God incarnate should be very robust compared to saying Napoleon or Abraham existed and they were a general or they were in a political office. Right? It's easy to support being a general or in political office. Same thing with Caesars, right? Because there's various different Caesars. Okay, it's very easy to support evidence of that, whereas it's very difficult to support evidence of a guy being a god man. Hence why we don't have evidence of him being born miraculously. We don't have evidence of him healing the sick. We don't have evidence of him rising from the dead. Those things are entailed or encompassed in the religious story, okay? The religious text written with a theological agenda. But if I was being charitable, I would say there's a difference. There's a separation between Jesus Christ as a fictional character and a priest called Yeshua. There's a clear separation. One's just a normal guy. One's a magic man. The standards for proving a magic man are way higher than a normal guy. If you don't know that, you're in trouble. The Bible was never a historical book, right? That's like bad propaganda that just circulates time after time, right? Even if you went and became, like, if you went to study at a seminary, right, you wouldn't be studying the Bible as a historical text. You would study the texts that support the Bible as historical texts, like papyri and Dead Sea Scrolls and those kinds of things, given how they're discovered, where they're put in history, timeline-wise. But the Bible is a book of books written with theological agenda. Okay? That's why it's a religious text, not a history book. Within a religious text, you can have historical facts about people that actually existed, tracing people's ancestry and genealogy who actually existed, geographical facts, landmass, buildings, grave sites that actually exist, right? But the minute the book becomes primarily about the happenings of men and gods, things like spirits, ghosts, magic, curses, speaking animals, resurrections, divine interventions, right? It goes from being a history text to a religious text. Okay? So if, for instance, right, if there were two sources on an event that took place in history, and one of those sources that talks about the event that takes place has hobbits, has dragons, has elves and fairies, and one doesn't, right? Which one do you think is a more viable source for that event that took place? It's going to be the one without the magical things, isn't it? Okay. Why is it going to be the one without the magical thing? Because when we look at our reality, meaning something that is not imagined, we don't find elves, we don't find fairies, we don't find hobbits, and we don't find dragons, right? I know some of you might disagree with that, but vastly, we do not find these things matching reality. Same as we don't find magical curses and blessings and talking animals, right? And spells in reality. Okay. So, from a historical point of view or an academic point of view, right, the Bible wouldn't be a history book because it includes those magical or supernatural elements. Okay. Hope that helps. But it's that's bad information. What's that, Rainbow? Yes, that's true. Like there's such a type of fiction called historical fiction, right? You can find it in movies, you can find it in games, you can find it in books, right? Fictional stories that take place in real world settings with real people in them. Okay? That's a type of writing. I'm not saying the Bible is historical fiction. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt as it actually being a religious text. But don't conflate religious text with history book. It's not designed for that. Even the Old Testament and the Torah aren't designed to be historical text. Where this conflation happened was when they devised the New Testament. The New Testament was devised largely to bridge the Greek world with the Hebrew world. So it was devised with the mindset that we would make this appear as if it was actual historical events. But if you read the Bible, things do not happen chronologically. There are contradictions, right? There are overlapping things that are just wrong. Okay, but then there are some historical accuracies too. There are some geographical accuracies. Right, being that it's not chronologically accurate, you couldn't say it's a history book. And being that there's magic in there, ghosts in there, spirits in there, gods in there, blessings and cursings and rituals in there, alright? Like, what do they call them? Miracles in there, right? You shouldn't take that to be the same as a history book. Whether that history book is talking about World War II or the Huns, right, or the Egyptians, or the Greeks, or the Mesopotamians. The minute it has those extra kind of supernatural elements in it, it shouldn't be considered primarily a history book. It's a religious text. And again, Jesus Christ, as spoken about in the New Testament, with the magical powers and the magical birth and the magical resurrection, isn't the same as a guy called Yeshua who may have been a priest or a magician. Not the same. Right? Those stories that surround Jesus Christ in the New Testament are largely myth. Okay, it's quite obvious. Okay. No, I don't believe in any gods. It's very true, Rainbow. Exactly, right. In the climate we exist in today, no like serious scholar, no like serious theologian would ever be able to say Genesis is an actual account of the beginning of the world. It's supposed to be taken allegorically now, metaphorically now, but beforehand, before the science was there, the explanatory power was there, people actually took it to be an exact understanding of how the world came about, which is clearly incorrect. Right? Okay. Sorry for the rant, but I can feel the veins in my neck popping out. Hey, who cares about what Darwin has to say, bro? It makes no difference. Right? I'm not saying that Darwin doesn't have some interesting contributions, but what's the relevance? Oh, I see. I think I understand what you mean now. So yes, there are Christians who can manage to like compartmentalize their religious beliefs and scientific understanding. Right? That is true. Not all Christians are young Earth creationists. Some Christians embrace the idea of evolution, and I think even some embrace the idea of the Big Bang and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of true, right? In fact, before, like, at a certain period of time when Darwin was writing this stuff, it was actually the church and Christians who were behind him while he was doing his work. Right? Only that separation between him and them only came a while later. But yeah, Christians were supporting Darwin while doing his work. So were racists. But hey, most of those, like some of our, apparently I say are, but some of the most famous European thinkers, most of them were racist and had crazy ideas about things that don't really pertain to what they're famous for. So yeah, an individual can be right about one thing and wrong about a bunch of other things too, so consider that. Or right about a bunch of things and wrong about one thing. I would agree to that to some extent, Real Native. No. That would have been a common name, wouldn't it? And I don't even think that's true. Me personally, I haven't studied the Talmud, so I can't say. I'm probably not gonna study the Talmud. I don't think it's necessary. But if you just speak to a Jewish person, like a modern day someone who practices Judaism, they would tell you, like, the Jesus as spoken about in the New Testament isn't considered to be the Messiah spoken about in the Jewish religion. Okay. People who are more like inclined to be like Bible scholars and stuff like that, they would say it doesn't actually ever indicate that Jesus Christ is the same guy that the Jews were talking about. No. The idea of racism was coming about in, I want to say, the 1600s or the end of the 15th century. It was devised as a political and economical tool to make use of what's called colonialism and imperialism in the African and Indian world and the New World. So it was something that was actively cooked up. Yes, there was xenophobia before, but the idea of racism and racial science was actively devised for the benefit of basically kingdoms and countries. Okay? So no, evolution wouldn't by default just support racist ideas. It's the political climate of the time when they're cooking up these theories. That's what's influencing the individuals. But the theory can be absolutely correct. but the individual politics of the day are racism. Okay, that's just one aspect of European history, though. But yeah, it didn't exist like that before. Even Hegel is guilty of writing to help push racism. Same thing with Kant. A bunch of people. Yeah, who is that guy? I don't know who that is, Rainbow. Who is that guy? Why is he so mysterious? Who is that guy? No, even so there's this book called Seven Types of Atheism, right? And in that book, the writer goes through various different ideas, right? Because basically he's doing like a critique of atheism and the people who have contributed to the various ideas. Obviously, the standard understanding of atheism is the disbelief in God or gods, but this writer's writing, you might call it like a polemic type of writing, right? It's designed to attack the various sectors of what would be atheism, but within it, he highlights specific types of people and their contributions to society, or like secularism or humanism. And within that, he goes through and he breaks down, oh, this person was racist with their views here. This person was like problematic here. He's not like full on left politic, but he gives that perspective. So it's like a left politic would be to attack the morality of somebody's views or things they've done in the past. A right politic would be to attack the identity and the tradition of the person within that context, right? But in that, right, he highlights certain things about Darwin, Marx, Kant, Hegel, and so on. And not just him. If you read a book called Conscientism, right, by Kwame Nkrumah, he talks about it too, right? Specifically some of the writings of Hegel. Right? But yeah, it's just, they're things that you probably don't care about as a non-black person. But it's real. Can I add you back? Where? I've heard of Terrence McKenna. I sometimes get him mixed up with the guy who wears the bandana though. I might be wrong about that. There are, but again, when you start looking at history from different people's perspectives, you can get a bit cynical about some of the apparent greatest thinkers. But it's still, you should be able to like hold your opinion of their politics or their views on one thing aside from their actual intellectual offering, and be able to separate the two as shit as it is, because they do inform each other obviously in some ways, but one usually benefits humanity a lot more than the other. Whoops. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure. No, I don't think something comes from nothing, but that is a foundational Christian belief. It's called creatio ex nihilo. Me personally, I don't think nothing, ironically, nothing is just a linguistic invention, right? Pointing to the negation of specific things, but there is no true nothing. There's no such thing as nothing. On a quantum level there's something, on a galactic level there's something, always. Yeah, I don't think there's a creator anyway. I mean, it's not impossible, but there's no proof of it. It's specifically not proof of these specific concepts of God's being the creator. There's no proof of that. No, that's not. That's that same question begging type of thinking. Okay. So if I said to you, fairies exist, fairies make trainers, right? No, let's not even say fairies makes trainers. Let's pick a different analogy, right? Dragons exist. Gold is proof of dragons existing. Do you see how that works? Are they actually connected in any way? Or do I need to now make up a backstory which makes dragons responsible for the gold that already exists? How do the dragons make gold? Well, dragons poop gold. Everyone knows dragons poop gold. That's why there's gold on the planet. That's the kind of thing you're doing. That's a big guy. Sheesh. Komodo dragons. Wait, ain't it a Komodo dragon? I think that might be wrong. Ain't kimonos those things that people wear? Oh, I might be wrong. That'd be funny though. That would be funny. Dragons in nightgowns. Nah, now I have to find out. Yeah, kimono are the things that people wear. Komodo dragon is funny. Oh my gosh. That should be a cartoon. If you're watching, it's Komodo, I think, right? If anyone's an animator and is watching or makes funny skits, please make a Komodo dragon. That would be hilarious. Yeah, so it's Komodo. It's Komodo. Right? I'm the one to pull someone up on their spelling because I'm atrocious with spelling myself, but Komodo dragon entails something completely different, which would be hilarious. Which would actually be funny, like as a true pun. Which would be hilarious. Oh, Google search and messed up my stream. No, I got you, bro. I know what you meant, but it was funny though. Komodo dragon, dragons in sashes. Dressed up dragons dressed to the nines. What's my framework? I don't know what you mean by that, bro. Yeah, there you go, MJ. Some kind of thinking like that. Right, but that, like, yes, the Earth exists, right? And in like the analogy, you can't be sure if gods exist, how gods produce Earths, but you're bending the Earth to fit the narrative of your god existing by saying the Earth is proof of your god existing. Yeah. I would really like to see a cartoon about Komodo dragons. I can't lie. I feel like that would be hilarious. Well, I'm just using God as a category definer, right? I'm acknowledging all different God concepts when having this conversation. I think all God concepts are fundamentally just that, concepts, right? Or abstract concepts, just psychological constructs. So if we were just talking about God in general in a very like just public kind of way, it's a deity, supernatural entity of some kind. If you want to talk about specific cultural or philosophical offerings of what gods are, then we'd have to be specific to that one. I can't remember where all three of these lights are. What? See, that's the problem I'm talking about there. How is the human body evidence enough for the creator? Walk us through it. Why should that be the case? I think the environment made you different races and different colours. If I remember correctly, something about haplogroups or something like that. Oh, I'm about to mess a stream up by Googling. So, a haplogroup is genetic population group sharing a common ancestor defined by specific inherited mutations, SNPs, on either paternal, that's the dad, or maternal, mother's side. So paternal is Y-DNA and maternal is mtDNA. They are used to trace ancient human migrations, geographical origins, and deep ancestral lineages rather than recent genealogy. So those kinds of things are what make you the way you are in terms of becoming different. The environment plays a massive role in that. Stream glitching? Probably. Komodo wearing dragon, bro. I think that idea will take off, bro. I'm not even joking. I think that idea will blow. It's just like as a funny like TikTok short skit or YouTube short skit or something like that. Just kimono wearing dragons. That'd be funny. Like, but it would be funny just because of the visual of it. Oh yeah, is that stream glitching? I can't even see. Oh well, just have to leave it in God's hands, I guess. Alright, so we switched on one of the lights. That's like an Ian argument, isn't it? Just rust. Can't see anything. What's happening? Oh, it's gonna crash. Got too many tabs open. Nah, Twitch seems to be moving along, just not up to speed. Yeah, it's a good argument. It's a very good argument. What's up, Matthew? Boulder? I've never heard of Boulder. I've heard of Osiris. Osiris is, I mean, it technically is a resurrection, but temporarily. Also, like, not to get weird, right? But the idea of resurrection also has like an esoteric view to do with like phallus kind of stuff, basically, and how that relates to actually giving and like life itself, right? Yeah, that sounded weird, didn't it? But yeah, pretty much BPC, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of 4 Loki. Also, the idea of resurrection has a lot to do with seasons and stuff like that, and harvest. So these kinds of ideas do overlap in different like interpretations. No, bro, I'd never do that on the gaming. That's crazy work. Alright, so I think we did this one. This area was a bit like confusing. Some stuff be too weird. Well, yeah, in a way, it's weird because, like, you know, I think the word is chaste. Like, in the Western world, we have like a chaste view on like sensuality and sexuality and stuff like that. So like we have like a taboo view on nakedness and the reality of what coitus entails. But when you actually look at like history and architecture and stuff like that, it's very prominent. Things like the obelisk and stuff like that. Remember that Christmas tree that France put up? It just looked like a giant butt plug. Shit like that. so as weird as it is, it's still a reality, you know. Yeah, rainbow, weird like that, but not just resurrection in like the little etymology breakdown you did there, but like in the fact that you So put it this way, from an evolutionary point of view, you resurrect through your children. Right? Your children are an expression of you, right? And they're an expression of their ancestors. So from that point of view as well, it's a resurrection. But then there's also the harvest moon and harvesting, planting and cropping and these kinds of things. The replenishment of earth. Yeah, just various different views. But yeah, they all kind of mix and mingle depending on your cultural background. Or maybe you might be like me and just think it's all about zombie Jesus. This weekend is just about zombie Jesus. And Jesus being a zombie. Maybe that's That's what you think. Zombies are cool. The sun, yeah, that was the other thing as well. The moon cycles and how the moon operates, and then the sun cycles those as well. But again, this isn't like, as far as I'm aware, these are kind of like off brand kind of interpretations of stuff. I've heard the word Saturnalia, but I don't know much about it. Happy Zombie Day. That's it, bro. Did something die and then start walking afterwards, then it's a zombie. The eye is not a good example of there being a crater. It's really not a good example of there being a crater. Specifically because of the human anatomy and how it functions. Like your what the world? Ooh. Hey you. What was I gonna say? So your immune system can literally reject your eyes, right, and turn you blind. I wouldn't say that's great design. And I don't think you actually have to have a foreign object stuck in your eye in order for that to happen as well. There are various different like weird problems of that. And but yeah, we're humans. We live in a life-permitting universe, so we like being alive. So therefore, we think it's special that we exist, and there must be something that's looking out for us because we're still existing. Which isn't a bad thing to think, but it's just not something you can prove. That's true. That's true. And then you also got to consider how little of the light and sound spectrum we can actually interact with our bodies. So the world itself will be incredibly loud and incredibly like vibrant in terms of colours, on the electromagnetic spectrum, that we just literally can't make any use of with our natural body. This is what I do on any day, right? If the government says, hey, we're going to close the banks and you can have extra days of work, then I'm not going to argue with them. And if it's all built on a lie, then all the better, because everything's a lie ultimately anyways. All the better, let us embrace the lie. I don't know what that means, Devin. What does that even mean? I know what a cliff off is. It's like a tree or something like that. It's from Devil May Cry, I think. Not really. Again, like this idea of just because something appears to be complex, it must have been created by some mind of intention. That doesn't really follow, bro. Like, if you look at human design, because this is really what we're referencing, is how humans design things. The best designs, the most functional designs in society are ultimately seamless. They're not complex. They're simple. Well, they're complex in terms of moving the resources, coming up with schematics of how things function, like mechanism-wise. But once they're finalised, they're ultimately simple, just seamless. But we're referencing that same kind of creation process when we say, well, we're really anthropomorphizing God and saying God makes stuff like humans. That's really what we're doing. But there's no good reason to actually think that. For it to be science, that's such a vague thing to say. Man, I'm hungry. Yeah, it's possible, and that's the thing. When you start talking about supernatural entities and creatures, you are really delving into the world of creativity, like coming up with or ideation, because it's possible. And again, like not like an actualized possible way, right? It's possible that there's some kind of galactic scale entity out there that produces entire galaxies just by using its reproductive system. So there's no intelligent design gone into its excretions, and those excretions could be how we exist in our galaxy. That's the kind of weird creative kind of world you exist in when you start talking about supernatural entities, because no one has any pinned down solid knowledge of supernatural entities anyway. They're all just ideas and concepts. Okay, so in the same way, someone had to think about, oh, how does an immaterial spirit produce a physical material reality, and decided, it should be the word in Genesis, and we're going to speak life into existence. Someone could have easily decided in a more funny way that how God produced a physical material reality is he farted or he burped. In the same way, they could have decided that, just like that, because it's a human who came up with it, using human reasoning. But to know that God exists, or it has any powers to make anything, is something no one can be certain of. I'd put it this way, Matt Salah. I don't know what people mean when they say it these days. People just throw it about. That's what I would say. I think we're going to do both. I think we're going to conquer space and die. I think we're going to die while conquering space. I mean, we've got Artemis orbiting the Earth currently, so why not? Don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. Maybe yours. Who knows? You ain't gonna pray for nobody, you liar. You don't even pray for yourself. You don't even pray for your family. You don't even pray for your neighbour. You don't even pray for your food. You don't even pray for the running water that you have, or the electricity, or the clothes, or the technology you're using. You're lying, so you're definitely never gonna pray for me. Why would you lie like that? Ain't lying a sin? Should I come and hold you accountable for that? Why should I think we're God, bro? Right, so yeah, there's another light, there's two. I cannot remember where. I mean, shit. Those galaxies look like big farts, like dust clouds swirling around. Maybe it is some cosmic entity just floating around, pooping things into existence by accident. Maybe he's got like a Galactus type diet. Oh, I'm dead. These are also, obviously, I'm not being serious. Someone will be like, oh, he thinks. Well, shit, if I have to say that, then there's probably no point anyways. But in the world of God ideas and God concepts, they're all equally as ridiculous. So you may as well come up with your own backstory of how it happens, because no one could be certain anyways. Nah, I'm supposed to be doing a quest line, but I forgot where I need to go. I'm supposed to switch on 3 lamps. What is the truth? Believers love using that word truth, boy. What is the truth? That too is a possibility, J-Dot. That's actually a possibility, right? Like, at least our planet could exist as a byproduct of something else the God was trying to do. Ah, he's got me. Ooh. Sneaky. No, you greedy bastard. Good. Yeah, I mean, yeah. say there is a creator god and we're just an accidental byproduct of what he was trying to actually achieve. That's possible too. Maybe in a deistic framework, that makes sense too. I mean, I'm trying to find out, to be fair. Keep moving. That is an experiment I'm willing to sacrifice myself for. I'm not gonna lie. I don't see any loss to that experiment. I mean, let me find out. Oh, thanks for that follow, by the way. So one more. Man, this has been a long stream. This whole weekend's been nothing but long streams. Might do one more long stream tomorrow and call it like a day for a long time, maybe. Part of what experiment? Oh. No, you don't. When I was saying that I'd sacrifice myself for that experiment, I'm replying to a YouTube comment. YouTube comment says, "The truth is, big booty Latinas will drain you." that was what that was all about. So, unless you thought it was something else, don't forget about it. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm willing to find out. Right? I'm just gonna take your word for it. The hell you mean? Let's test this hypothesis. Bad taste, but it's a great joke. You guys are crazy in the chat. Yeah, actually I've been on stream way too long now that I think about it. Things I actually need to do. So, I think I'm going to call it a day. On that note, on that big booty Latina note, I wish you all big booty Latinas and some brownins and some dark skinned chicks. And enjoy your chocolate. Alright. See you later. Zombie day.